Very nice. Runway 7, hold, thank you.
Oh, crap. Morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. We are deep in the playoffs, 2 of 3 days about to be done. And, well, what do we start with today? We start with what could have been considered a potential grand finals for the playoffs in MOUZ NXT versus Fnatic Rising. The Kings could be on their deathbed, Launders.
Yeah, they could be. They have Fnatic Rising and MOUZ have split maps in the regular season. Interestingly, both games gone to OT, so these guys play close. I honestly expect that both teams play better than they did yesterday. I mean, yeah, the loss is one thing. Their opponents played very well, but they also were not playing as well as we know that they can. So now that they have to go up against each other, it's kind of unfortunate. It would have been, it would. I feel like this is the most likely teams to make it into finals, but at the same time, you know, you could say MOUZ NXT had a very nice matchup yesterday to play against Fury Academy, um, and the big game I think would also be considered an upset if even only a small one. So this is the bed they made for themselves, and now one of these teams will be eliminated.
Yeah, one of them going home. And then obviously the other two, Big, Furia, they've got those second chances, but they'll be playing for a spot in the grand finals after our elimination game to kick off the day. So Big, I feel like they're kind of looking at this like as an easy route, maybe offered to them by MOUZ NXT for not being too sharp yesterday. But I feel like Big would also be making a mistake if they sleep on Furia at this point because these guys are punching upwards every single game now, through every stage of the play-in, through the first stage of the playoffs. They are the real deal. It's the biggest Furia achievement so far. So there it is, winners match, Big versus Furia, and then down in the lower bracket final, not the final I was expecting, Fnatic Rising MOUZ NXT. I would hope for MOUZ's sake that we do get a kick up from yesterday, right? I'm right there with you. I do think both these teams are going to give us a better showing. I don't know what it was. Maybe maybe just the jitters, maybe just the slow start, shaking off the rust, getting the gunks out the eyes. Whatever it is, this will be a banger of a game because, like you said, they always play close, and there should be no exception to that. It would be very peculiar if all of a sudden we get to playoffs and that doesn't happen again.
100%. I think Fnatic are just as capable as MOUZ are at beating each other in this best of three. I think I fully expect them to play a lot better than they did yesterday. I think that that was kind of an anomaly. I just I don't know. I think throughout the entire regular season, we didn't really see MOUZ or Fnatic kind of struggle that much. I think to win some very regular rounds. So I think this could be like kind of the best possible match, and with everything on the line, there is no more room to sleep or take it easy or have a weird veto.
Yeah, the weird veto for Miles, the weird off performance for Regali, the first time this season that we see him kind of have slow starts and it wasn't there for him. So with no carry, um, we get a sad affair. But we look at the tournament history. Let's watch the run of Mao's. Pretty dominant for the most part. What we would have expected. They had a comfortable run to this grand final or to the playoffs, straight to the playoffs as well. Dropped a map to OG Academy. Dropped a map to Fnatic on Ancient. That awesome overtime game, and then of course that last page. Ooh, a loss to Young Gods. No, I thought they lost to Young Gods. Never mind. Forget about it.
Forget about it. I'm walking you.
It
I
was
think that
Fnatic.
was
Never mind.
Fnatic,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I jumped
But
the gun.
no shame in that. I think that there is a world where we get Inferno as well as Ancient again. It's two maps that they played against each other. I feel like Fnatic, especially after we saw MOUZ get pieced up by Fury Academy yesterday, they might want to take it there. The only thing about Ancient is that now it's with the changes, so it might not be a place where it's a
Oh,
comfortable
true.
place to pick. And there's so many tricks that people will come up with now that the map is new, so it might not be safe for MOUZ NXT to try to pick it, but they might leave it as a decider.
Very true. We saw the different patches. We saw the impact of the 20 bullet A1S yesterday. Now suddenly, that's right. Ancient is a bit of a shaky place. Um, ooh, all right, spicy. Let's get into the veto. We get the Fnatic ban right out of the way. Mirage gone. No Mirage today. Understandable. That's not where you want to be playing Mouse whatsoever.
Maybe Fnatic pick Inferno, yeah, and Dust too. So again, we see MOUZ wanting to play Dust 2, which means that they've been working on it because they don't have any real matches won on it. They have one game where they lost versus Skade. And I think that means, okay, Fnatic will take Ancient out. So maybe Mirage gets left over then. Oh, Mirage is their first ban, actually. So then
Nuke?
Vertigo, potentially.
So the thing with the Fnatic ban on Ancient is normally they'd be banning out Nuke. So yeah, so MOUZ, they're going to bring us there instead. All right.
Yeah, this is I just kind of because of the maps we saw yesterday. They can't really think about those results too much, but of course they
Sure.
lost on Inferno, they lost on Nuke. And I mean, it it wasn't close either somehow. So that's something to think about. It's also we don't know much about Fnatic Rising on Nuke besides they destroyed in their one game versus Spirit Academy, which is cool to watch. But I don't think that says very much either. But yeah, we actually don't get Mirage or Ancient, which again are the two maps that they played in the best of ones in the regular season. So I think we'll see definitely a lot here on Inferno about how good MOUZ NXT are feeling today, because it was uncharacteristic how badly they were playing yesterday. But I
They
don't
need to
think they're
feel
their
better.
favorite.
They need to play better. We need to see Regalia as well, I think, here for Fnatic Rising. Excuse me. For the mouse cap, she's got to be overall that much sharper. So maybe yesterday's a wake-up call. Maybe Furia is the slap across the face. And now MOUZ is going to kick it up a notch and get back to their winning ways, right? We are talking about the three-peat champions. It would be a glorious day if somebody was able to dethrone them in a grand finals. It would be a bit of a whimper if they were to just simply fall down here in the loser's lower bracket. So that's what Fnatic's task is today. Get MOUZ out of the running and open up the door for a new WePlay Academy League champion. Because if Fnatic Rising take MOUZ out now today, that is what we get. A new champion, no matter who's it going to be. So here we go, folks. First pistol, Fnatic and MOUZ. And we get the immediate aggression down middle. Oh, they want to fight. Oh, they want to clash. And it is, in fact, Fnatic that come out on top of it. Shane, a little delayed in his hit. That is the 2v2. But they get past. They waste no time, and they sprint for that plant.
And they'll log it in. I mean, they have mini pit here in the post. A good position here for the tees.
Regali pops up. A couple shots towards Shuhei. Sure enough, connects to the head. And Shane, the guy who gets it to the 2v2, needs to get it across in the 1v2. Banjo spotted, so he knows both positions, but this crossfire's strong. And he does a good job of dodging the first push past as Banjo repositions. That opens a little bit of a door, and Shane just can't slide through. So Fnatic Rising with first pistol.
There was a way that he could have won that. Of course, he was very close. But they had a crossfire that was hard to deal with. So Fnatic Rising picked that up, of course, with the bomb plant, which is huge. And yeah, an interesting play there for MOUZ, where they have the push down mid. They also have Shane up in the balcony in case they, like specifically in case they do lose, and also he can spot alt to see if they run alt on the pistol round. So with the amount of money left here, we get one MP9 on Shane. And Jibhat gets destroyed.
And that MP9's already down. Deagle replaces it. Quickly swept past by Banjo. 4v2. Nice and comfortable here from Fnatic Rising to win that first B fight. Really, I think, takes off that extra layer of pressure. The apartments kills that could have gone back and forth. Instead, leaves MHL to late lurk in. Banjo not looking the right way. Ooh, this one comes down to timing. 5-7 to the back of the head, but nah, he was more cautious about the left side stairs, and so just exertion left over. Smoke grenade in front of him. Would have been a zinger of a Desert Eagle kill, but not going to happen. Regali clamps down on arch side. 2-0 Fnatic.
Clean one. It's pretty quick, too. We know that they will have a high tempo, especially if they're winning. They're quite comfortable doing so. So, MOUZ, no money once again. Any investments? We know it all starts with 5 HEs.
Took him down mid. I had nightmares yesterday about that Vertigo ramp 5 nade play.
I thought you said that it was going to affect. It was
German Counter-Strike and
German
Keto's
Counter-Strike for
grandchildren.
generations, yeah.
Yeah, me too, man.
And you.
There's one. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Right where you need it to be. Pepsort. And the bomb's next to him, so this is a little sketchy. Little tiny shoulder peaks. Just enough. Pepsor's got help now with MOUZ, and ooh, keeps it clean. 3 headshots from him, 2 assists on the other.
Something interesting with the Oppers yesterday was, you know, like, MHL was kind of okay. You know, I think Regali was not very good. And, you know, funnily enough, it was hype to just, he recovered in the first map. He played well in the second map. I think he was the best Opper so far in playoffs. And so the Oppers for these two teams who are the kind of elite Academy League Oppers need to change that story.
MHL's got his posted on middle. Ooh, there's the opening. No trade back because of that smoke grenade, so they do get past. Oh, and the last guy comes through, but that's where MHL actually catches one. Meanwhile, site has been taken by fnatic. Bomb plant in the corner. MHL still smoked off. Ooh, and that last one close. But no cigar. Little chip damage takes MOUZ to 11, so barely standing. Worried about some kind of a wraparound from mid. Not the case. Regali, the fullest health, actually sitting inside of Boiler. That's going to keep him a little bit further away from the bomb. Remember, it's planted in the back corner. And CTs, I guess, decide not to go for this. Just burn it down, don't get contact, and leave.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like they... I don't know. I feel like they maybe should have tried that. They had Exertion's Molly and Smoke as well. They could have smoked Big Pit, Molly the site. There'll be one casualty to the bomb explosion here for fnatic. But they let it go. They don't make the decision fast enough. I feel like they organized correctly. They could have gave it a real shot. But I don't know. I get they were waiting for a first peek, right? Like some mistake that didn't come. So fnatic pick up another. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel like hopes are very high for MOUZ NXT on Inferno. I think they've lost 4 out of 5 of their Inferno games in a 3-map loss streak straight.
Miss Molly, Nadal land. Not every day we get to see that one hit for, you know, relevant amounts of damage, but perfectly timed in this case. And Shuhei, he's going to get chased around the corners. Pepsor looking to apply that pressure. Oh, if MHL shot there, he had one. Timing could have been his. Push comes through from Shuhei. Banjo denies it. MHL gets the wall bang through, and Banjo continues to tear up arch side. Man advantage for fnatic. We're going to get the long wrap back around mid. Jimpat trying to get into the mix. MHL consistently smoked off.
Yeah, and they have a Moto smoke as well. There's actually no way now for Jimpat to even get involved. He can try to hold him, but this is another round 1. And a shout out to Banjo for yesterday. I mean, for what it's worth, right? He was their hard carry. I mean, he was absolutely making plays, and I think that was the only reason that the series was even competitive in the first place. Looks like he's continuing on with that today. Playoffs really can make or break, huh?
Yeah, sure can. And, well, so far, you know, MOUZ, they've never been broken by them. That's been the whole tale. But 5 rounds into the elimination game, and it's a little bit bleak. You know, we sat there all day yesterday, Launders, with fnatic when FURIA were in the server saying, you know, oh, MOUZ, they're never down until they're down. You gotta get 16. And until that happens, they've always got a fight in them, and then it just didn't happen. You know, I tried to sell that snake oil. Just did not happen. They got owned. Well, here we are again, 5-0. If we get to the 7-0, 8-0 T-side start, I'm going to have to start saying those things again, and I don't want to today. MOUZ, you got to kick it up. At least they kept the gun, so it's an easy rebuy. They'll miss a few grenades on Shuhei, but so be it. Jimpat set up to win something on Banana, but at least the trade is there from Exertion. He can drop his util, try to keep Pepsor back. Pepsor be popping, and sure enough, he comes around the corner to clear it. And they've got an open B route yet once more. Now, bomb's not picked up, so if these A players decide to get crazy, maybe something weird happens, but Regali, he's just patient as ever, sitting in that mid corner.
Yeah, they have a way to get both kills now. I mean, there's no reason for Regali to move at all. And I guess after that op shot is heard, he can start working on the flank. Still a chance for Shane here. Oh my god. Shane is not, oh my god. Shane does not look at his direction. Oh, Regali looks back. That is crazy, Shane. He flicked right by him.
Surely Shane is nothing but a victim here, right?
Very unlucky.
MHL broken nose, bottle to the head. Hiding inside of library with a bomb not even halfway ticked, and 4 Fnatic Rising players who are looking for 3 seasons of revenge against you. Yeah, they're going to lay in the thickness of that one. MHL, he goes down. That's a cleared board for MOUZ NXT. 4 survive for Fnatic Rising, and this strong start doesn't stop.
I guess we have a situation where, I mean, MOUZ and Na'Vi, they suffered the most losses in terms of how successful they were and had to let go of their original star opper as well as one of their star riflers. And for MOUZ NXT, that was Torji as well as JDC. And Fnatic, on the other hand, they kind of just made roster moves to improve their team as opposed to kind of replace great players, since none of the players that they replaced ended up moving up to the main lineup. So it's a bit different for them. Their kind of priority is actually to achieve in the Academy League. And MOUZ, it's not like they made tone-deaf roster moves. MHL has been fantastic throughout the season, and you could totally see why you'd want to scoop up someone like Jimpat, who's obviously got Sergey blood, and we've seen some good potential from him. His overall stats are not amazing, but I think he makes some good moves from what we've seen. But clearly the team does not have the same aura as it did before.
Quick fight into alt mid. Hyper aggression from MOUZ. MHL, he picks up a pick over towards Banana, so that's a good way to kick it off. Fnatic had just stormed through him, then suddenly B-site lost, and all you've got's alt mid.
Uh-oh.
Exertion, he's looking for something. It's MHL to pop off with a second, but still it's evened. Banjo versus Shuhei here inside of apartments. Oh my god, that's close. He almost sticks his gun out the window. That could have been the end of him. And Regali, I feel like Exertion may not expect him to be this close, but now he starts to move, and that's perfect for Exertion.
Yeah, he's playing
Regali
in front
gives
of the
up the
whole
side.
time.
A recovery towards A, perhaps. Shuhei gotta deliver. Just gonna hide in the backside. It's gonna give Banjo a chance to hunt. Oh, but he doesn't clear it. Banjo goes down. Trade frags there from MOUZ. Looking for the 1v3. Jumps into the site for the plant. That is his no matter what. Shane gonna creep up the wall. Oh! And it's a clean one. MOUZ. All he needs that frag versus Exertion. He would have seen him on the crossback. Exertion gets up into the open. Closer towards Moto. And there it is. 1v3 from MOUZ to keep the winning streak going.
Goddamn. I wouldn't have expected Exertion to lose that. You know, those kinds of duels, I feel like he always puts them together. But MOUZ, what a clutch. Some beautiful plays and good confidence. And right here, I mean, the position gets a little bit strange, right? I mean, it's a B-side attack. They have a player deep in the site. They're not expecting to lose it. For whatever reason, the ball makes it back towards A. And I guess for that reason, it makes sense that MOUZ were up until the point that MOUZ is alive in the 1-on-3. And that is all the money gone again for MOUZ NXT. It's the last thing they needed.
Exertion getting a little crazy with the CZ. Okay, nope. Nothing there. Just the one. Shuhei. Quick attack in the back. Oh, caught by Banjo. fnatic Rising Riflers looking sharp. For MHL either, and so it's just the pistols to fall as fnatic Rising continue to tower over top of MOUZ right now. 8 rounds straight.
Yeah, it's been a very quick map. I mean, these rounds, you know, there's one spot where MOUZ should have won, but outside of that, no real chance. Op will get purchased up again here for MHL, and they can give it another go. There is... Yeah, the only problem is they're not, you know, they're not exceeding expectations. Like, they don't have a very good Inferno by the numbers. Plus, they're not playing incredibly well today. They're looking at a TT win percentage, 42%. They do better on T side by a pretty considerable margin. That is MOUZ NXT, but that's to say both sides are failing, I would say, overall. So not a lot to go off of here in terms of why we should be excited for MOUZ NXT on Inferno, why they'll be able to make this comeback possible, and, you know, not having won a pistol, not having got around so far this half, it's hard to see why they will eventually, you know, win this map, even though I want to believe it's still possible. I don't know.
There has never, ever, in 4 seasons of WePlay Academy League, been a 16-0 in playoffs.
Why'd you say it?
I just thought there was an interesting statistic that is not necessarily relevant to this situation for any, you know, certain reason, but just so you know.
Okay.
Just so you know. MOUZ once won. Ooh, a 16-1. Shane, he's got 4 players ahead of it. Oh my, dude, okay, they're so sharp. So Shuhei, 2 kills from him. That could be the defense that they need to hold on. Sure enough, pistol primed. Further damage in. And now Banjo just hanging on to that 17 HP 1v2.
I mean, Banjo had a couple of 1v2s yesterday. I don't... Oh, okay. No, not going to happen today. Well, there it is. MOUZ NXT are on the board. They save with 2. They keep an op. They lock it down with a hold. Good USP kill was important. The double spray down with the M4A4 from Shuhei was important. And they finally stop fnatic. And they also do it kind of, I think, starting out 4v5. So still lots of money here for fnatic. No reason that they shouldn't be able to bounce back. But at least there's kind of 2 good positions in this game, and one of them converted for MOUZ NXT.
Shuhei with the flash for MHL's peak, but it's Regali with his head tucked in underground. Oh, there he goes. Picking it up first and foremost. Saw MOUZ back there as well. Might stick around for a second, but there are 3 players also inside of the apartments here for fnatic.
Well, there's no one in pit. I mean, Shane is here on the site. Potential for Moto to get smoked out. It's not the best situation, I would say, for the CTs. And the art, there's a chance for Shuhei to even die on this spot. Now he's running out of space.
Yo, Volt's holding this angle. If he peeks left side box, he's into a gunfight. Goes at it from the other end. Deep position holding arch side, so nothing will be spotted there. fnatic Rising going all in on short. Solid hold from Shane so far. Shuhei pinned into the corner. MOUZ trying to get him out of here, but he is a nuisance. Shuhei, nicely done. Holds on to a little bit of control. There's the trade back from Banjo. Knows that the Moto fight's close. Fake plant this time, catches one on smoke, looks over towards that short push, and sure enough, Exertion now walking in, sprints what's left of it. Banjo into the corner, comes back with the kill, turns over, one more frag, and if it's Jimpat, then all of a sudden, Banjo, huge clutch potential, but finally he goes down.
Jesus, that was really close. That was actually such a good try from Banjo, but happy for MOUZ to be able to pull that off. Crazy they do that between the two players on site, and it's Shuhei who is kind of very careful about how he rotates into the site. He gets his kill. He stays alive long enough to find another, or I guess gets an assist and then a kill after. And MOUZ pick up a second round. And it was a good position there for MHL, where he was working on middle with his op, being very proactive. That made things a lot easier. But I don't know. The way that the CTs were playing in that spot, I wouldn't have been surprised if Fnatic won. They actually gave up the arch split, went for the full lane attack, but they did that knowing Shuhei had moved from arch over to the site. So they kind of had the spots that they knew MOUZ were going to play in. Oh. The HE kill on the sandbags.
Exertion. Nicely timed. Yes. Oh! The third. Okay. There we go. That's the Exertion we've come to know and love. The fact he gets that third one. Banjo coming to the apartments. He'll catch Shane head turn, so something back, of course. These are the rounds MOUZ have to win. Exertion gives you a play like that, close it. And so, Shuhei that much closer. Just Regali here. And another clutch attempt for Fnatic Rising. Utility kind of keeps him busy, waiting out smokes on both ends. 30 seconds. Without bomb. Wants to go grab this maybe, but...
Feels like there's a lot of clutch on this team, so you just kind of hold your breath, but
yeah,
it doesn't happen. That's... I don't know if he did that in one spray or if he adjusted for the third player. Either way, completely insane. I mean, if you can do that with the A4, there is no reason to use the A1S.
And if I'm not mistaken, he was the guy that got screwed over by the A1S yesterday behind the tree.
Yes, in CT spawn. That's
so
true.
From A1S to A4. From failure to success. Exertion is the commercial. Now he's got Make. And a bit more pressure into Banana. He finds that little pocket he's able to hold on to. And so, good amounts of control for MOUZ out of the gate.
They really have done a great job of stabilizing. And there is finally not that much money here for Fnatic Rising, but this is another healthy buy. Interesting that they purchased up into the op. I don't know what the exact plan is for it.
Right now he's just crawling underground. Shane's MP9 from balcony, not a weapon that he can use to kind of fight versus Boiler, so he'll have to let him get a little closer. Hope Shuhei softens him up. He goes into the apartments control instead. There's the 2 headshots back from Fnatic, but MHL comes through with a helping hand, so things definitely come to a halt on short side. They throw a Molotov over towards the pit. MHL gets hit by the op. MP9 primed to push out. And Pepsor 3 points of HP. Should be a dead man walking. Sure enough. SMG to the back of the head. 10 seconds left. Maze, there's the first, but Shane comes wide. 3 kills off of the lesser weapon. And 4 in a row for MOUZ.
Huge as the Halls player to get the kills that he's getting. So nice round from Shane. And there's still money. There's still money here for Fnatic. So like literally 4 buys in a row. as MOUZ NXT put on a streak, but they still have got a bit to chew through. Now there's only going to be AKs here purchased up for Fnatic, but I think that made sense the whole time. Could save the op for CT side. But they lose in the default, trying to get up via their lane hit. And oh my god, MHL. The collateral headshot down mid.
That's a quick message, huh? MOUZ right back. Now they're getting those flashy ones. He'll add another to the top. Volt. No chance. Where was this MOUZ 8 rounds ago? Trying to break up that chunk of victories from Fnatic Rising. They're gathering back what they can, and Banjo, now found out, shouldn't be able to hold on to the AK. See, sometimes you just need a 3K spray down in Banana. Sometimes you just need a collateral headshot down mid. Makes the rest of the rounds that much easier. All right, give it to him, Shuhei. You guys had to take a beating in order to bounce back. And now they have, for the most part, 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, every round has been very difficult, and there's been a little something special from MOUZ in all these different situations. That shot was unreal from MHL, and he has been in the early parts of the round peeking Boiler side, keeping Boiler smoked, peeking behind the molly, but trying to keep vision on mid, not being scared of any potential op in response, and then there hasn't really been one there from the T side to challenge him, so it makes sense for him to fight.
MaZe using that as a chance to push around. Jimpat doubles it up. No longer playing from behind sandbags, but getting a bit more aggressive, flexing the better weapons, and racking up rounds.
Hepsor probably would have been better off to grab that AK and fight that way, but the hold is perfect here from MOUZ NXT, and that's ridiculous. 8-0 to 8-6. I'm not even sure they did anything that special to equalize. Just played a bit better. Didn't get 1v3'd.
And again, we're getting aggressive. Banjo staying nice and tucked safely down the back of ult. Not every day you see somebody in here to deal with ult aggression. Nice.
What?
Oh!
I don't think that angle existed before today. That's absurd.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody hold there. But you hear the flashes coming. Why not tuck in? Makes the best of a bad situation. Gives Fnatic Rising a little 4v3 so that they can transition into the B hit. But guy in the front's playing with nades. Luckily for him, Exertion not quite sharp enough. MHL pressured back from the coffins, naded down to 50. Jimpat attempts his flank. And so it may be a little comeback here for MOUZ NXT. 6 rounds, nothing to scoff at considering how it started. But Fnatic reminds them of their winning ways and puts one more in the end. A 9-6 T side is a strong start in the series for Fnatic. Nobody can doubt that.
Not at all. Another great round from Banjo, where he has just had really just a lot of great rounds. Won 28-16 versus Big yesterday on Vertigo. They ended up losing. Obviously, both teams got 2-0'd in that situation, but started to make big moves happen. Overall, some worrying signs. Haven't seen that much from Bolt. Haven't seen that much from Regali. Funnily enough, I think MaZe and Banjo were good both today and yesterday. Well, I mean, MOUZ fought hard to put themselves in a dignified situation where they now get to move over to a side they actually see more success on. I mean, they're looking at 42% of their rounds went on CT side, 47 on T side. So Both are not great, but one's ostensibly better than the other.
And a little resurgence in form as well. Multi-kill potential starts to pop off. Kill-wise, you know, MOUZ, everybody close together. They're not wasting a carry. There's just nobody that can counter out guys like Banjo and MAZE at the moment. Adding that extra life to Fnatic Rising. From challengers to favorites to close out map 1. But they've got to put up the CT side. And now I think maybe we get to see a bit more of Regali. We'll see if that op finds itself into his hands. Whether he can impress us after a slower start to the playoffs yesterday. I was going to kick this pistol off nice and quiet.
Is that an Imperial sticker? And 2 crown foils, how much does that cost?
I'm not sure. You're the guy who opened crown foils.
One of them costs like $600.
Still can't believe you opened up that capsule not knowing that everything else was worthless.
I wouldn't have opened it if I knew.
Yeah, but you got that luck, man. Three players set up, 2 in the pits, 1 inside of the graveyard. Suddenly, a big old flood of MOUZ players come running in. Regali, oh, yes, 3 kills. Nice and easy with the USP, and they don't know about Pepsor. They killed 2 players. Or maybe they do. They definitely seem to turn their attention back at him. He's going to keep his head on a swivel, and MAZE comes through smoke to give Fnatic Rising double digits. That, my friends, is a kickoff from Regali.
It is. It is. What a round there between all of them. Now, oh wow, that's interesting too. Actually, so these stats are so crazy. So there's for Fnatic Rising, we're talking about a 64% round win on T side, and on CT side 46. So they struggle a lot on CT. Both teams do seemingly, and both are better on T side. But for Fnatic, it's like an enormous margin of difference. So maybe there is a world here where a MOUZ NXT can pull this back if Fnatic are really that uncomfortable. But at the same time, they get the pistol, they get onto 10 first. Getting a little claustrophobic there in the underpass.
He sees all the targets lining up. Oh, and it's just, there's something beautiful about anti-ecos that go down easy. You know, death packaged quickly, conveniently, smoothly.
I feel like Volt was so much scarier in the regular season.
Volt?
Yeah.
Sure. Very fair.
A lot of crazier entries and stuff. I haven't really seen him. It's not like he's making mistakes or anything, but yeah, I don't know. Not getting too many trades here. So what happens now? They've got 4v3 situation waiting for the CTs to make a move. Interestingly, they pulled back from their push. Well, I mean, Shane goes and takes over Hall, so at least they find that out. So it might lead them back to the A site. And Fnatic Rising, I think they believe that they got away with the stack, but the information gained right there from the Shane push means that it's going to be an A site hit. That was a very smart call Moto smoke comes down. It feels like they knew that they were in halls. I don't know if they didn't take any damage, but I think they may have saw that they were there. Maybe fnatic thought, okay, they've seen us in halls. They're not going to hit A.
But they're not afraid. MOUZ NXT been here before. You think MOUZ is one of the teams that'll... Do you think they're suffering from the fact that this playoffs isn't actually on LAN like the previous playoffs were?
I don't know.
We had like FUZI was like a standout LAN player. I felt like Exertion was kind of on that list.
Yeah. Well, they still won last season, right?
That's fair. Yeah. Will everybody survive this bomb explosion? Woo! Tight.
Wow.
Tight. Shuhei, 5 HP holds on. Man, if they change the bomb explosions for every map, that's going to be... I have to relearn a lot of Counter-Strike launchers.
Yeah, it's...
Like if Inferno's just the test run, and then all the bomb sites are going to have increased radius.
We still don't even really understand why they did this.
Because they can.
It makes it more exciting. They just want more people to die, I guess.
Could be a cool way to mess around with the economy. Oh, Regali. Goes in for the pick. That's what we're looking for. Op impact from fnatic Rising. And they don't just fall back with the 5v4. They're not content with single man advantage. They fight into banana. May's gonna eat the flash. He's got a third player to support it, but now MOUZ feel like that's their chance to chase. And they get them scurrying back towards their bomb site with a smoke down. So the control goes the way of MOUZ, but the man advantage, fnatic's.
They still have banana. I'm trying to see if this is actually a terrible situation. Now we do have Banjo. Banjo on A is the only one with utility. So the smoke goes down, but it's the last one for this site. I'll see if the rotation comes out. Regali has 2 flashes. And you've seen MOUZ play this angle before. I really love this. He knows exactly how much of his gun is sticking out. So he'll sit here, wait for them to run across. And love to see if this works again. And of course, Regali's flashes over the roof will be helpful for him.
Flash stuns him for a second.
It's
MOUZ?
this angle.
Yeah. Perfect. Oh, well, not perfect, but recovered. For that, let me give him some points. It's 12 seconds to the clock as bomb needs to be picked back up, and Regali's going to ensure that there's no cross allowed. Jimpat, desperate spot, fake plant, all the pressure's on him, and Pepsword comes through that smoke with the kill and fnatic's 12th round win.
Yeah, the one round here in the second half for MOUZ NXT, but outside of that, it's been all fnatic all day. And the CT side looks solid. And for whatever reason, I mean, the way that MOUZ plays that just works so well. And he has angles that he studies for sure, that he knows where he can be seen from. And he doesn't ever get uncomfortable or move around. So, wow. Okay, with the money invested, half buy. Jimpat picks up an AK. Kind of randomly here. They have some utility behind it.
This is getting close. Little apartments push. Ooh, got sketchy for a second. Nice. Ooh. Banjo turns it back.
Okay.
Ooh. Cherry on top with the pistol pop. That's MHL. Removed at last. And it's just a fight inside of the apartments that nets fnatic 13.
Huge round for Banjo. He gets actually get dinked through the floor with the AK that was in Jimpat's hands. But it's, from one fin to another. Banjo comes out on top. 20 and 10. Again, another great game. 3 rounds to close it out. Buy comes in once again. Jimpat relegated to a Mag 10. And they want the MLHL op.
contest inside the apartments this time around. Content to sit in their sites and drop utility over the rooftops. 2 MAC-10s originally set up inside Banana, but now everybody's starting to crawl this back, so no apps pressure could mean this all leans A. Pepsor up close and personal. Sure enough, now we've got MOUZ grouped up. Emphasis on balcony, and Banjo, he's just tucked into the pit. It's that first flash. Pepsor turns, catches the guy behind him, gets into a position where the pillar gives him cover, and Regali goes down inside sight. Exertion from balcony just shoots through the box, ends him inside of the site, and again, there's damage there versus MOUZ, but not enough to convince fnatic Rising to come in for the retake. So there it is, the flood out from balcony, just simply too much to handle. That pit player nets them really nothing. Pepsor tries his absolute damnedest, and he's the guy that does all this damage to Shuhei and MHL, but nobody behind him finishes up.
He had a good flash, and the flash blinded Big Pit. Pepsor still got the kill to help out Big Pit when that was supposed to be his protection, so he could focus on lane, so nearly does it all. Then he runs out of bullets. It's so weird seeing players run out of bullets with these silenced M4s. But it does seem to be an actual issue with just the amount that they're spraying. Where, you know, I think if they, obviously, in that spot, of course, you would rather have an A4. You're not shooting through a smoke. You're up close. But for Pepsor right there, with a few bullets missed, I think it would have meant the world for him to have the extra 10.
Smooth move from Pepsor to just that first fight that he kind of stops shooting at, slides, uses the pillar behind, between him, almost gets the guy in the background instead, but just not enough. Not enough bullets, not enough cover, not enough help.
Yeah, he had no help.
Smoke down Arch quick. Ooh, MHL peeks into middle. Just straight up op duels over towards Arch side. The disrespect and the 5v4 off the back of it.
Hard to have that T-side op impact. Didn't really see it out of MOUZ last half. Out of fnatic last half. 3 CTs. Curl up on the A site. MOUZ gets the feeling that the site hit will come towards him. It's Banjo looking for his smoke. Realizes that it's on his waist the whole time. MHL takes him out. Full kit dropped. Up to Pepsor. Shane trades it. Beautiful from Shane. Oh, MOUZ lets that go. Oh. And he dies too. That's uncomfortable.
Exertion just gets into the cover, right? Just gets over that box. That could have been one of those big moments. Yeah. Just kill the pit player, pop up, get the second in sight, no bomb plant, everybody scrambles, but instead it's just going to be MOUZ to leak a 9th onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was a bit of discomfort between all of them, honestly. And with Banjo, with all his utility, didn't use it. Just decided to take the jump up on the bike. And a great round from MHL by contrast, where he got his opening op kill on Regali on Arch, and then a second. And that's why they forgot about MOUZ sitting inside a graveyard, because they said, okay, we already killed an A player. They surely don't have 3 stacked. But MOUZ, he has this angle that's perfect for killing players who jump in a pit. But then he second guesses it or misses a timing. Shane runs by him, and he doesn't kill Exertion. So, well, the game is now 1 round closer. 4-round game here. MOUZ, of course, have to fight really hard for these T rounds, but again, it's clearly the worst side for fnatic Rising. Now we can see why.
Bolt set up with the banana fight. Ooh, he's tucked in. Comes out. Nice flash from MOUZ. Good assist. There's another one coming. Oh, tries to rinse and repeat, but instead Exertion wins the second one. So the M4 goes down. You know, he was looking for his hero moment, but only half of it gets delivered. Pepsort, yeah, he tries to extend ahead of it. Instead, Jimpat just spams through the smoke. There's the Deegan from MOUZ. Regali with the USP is going to just run in, serve up a distraction. Unsilenced USP. Extra distraction. Then they hear you louder. And Banjo, he'll start the flank to attack from behind. As Shane's going to lock this in. Nice and easy for MOUZ. That's a 10th for certain. And with 10, only 3 away from tying this game back up. So powering up on this T side.
Yeah, some good entries. A couple of crazy smoke kills and Exertion getting that one blind as well. There was a chance for Volt. They played it very well with the doubles coffins flash. And he tucked after the first one. Second one, you know, Exertion's wide open, but his crosshair placement's good. And while it's close, it's not a win. It's not a win. And with this, of course, there's actually going to be 2 ops now bought. MOUZ and Regali will both have one. And we saw MOUZ as the second op on the team yesterday. For what I feel like is the first time in the whole season. Oh. Oh my god.
Okay. Regali fires off, gets back, but I mean, the CT is so split up, and Shane, he is just the thorn in their side to stop that rotate from ever happening. But the utility in the meantime, that's going to keep them back. Can he give us another? It's a misread as well. They're leaning heavier towards A site. Volt completely smoked off, and all of a sudden we've got MOUZ inside of the B bomb site. Volt can't do a damn thing to stop this. Instead, they're just going to lean back and go for this save. So sure enough, MOUZ now within 2. T side kicking it up.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I mean, I don't even exactly understand why he felt like he could take that. I don't even know if he would think the op is starting in that position, but there was no chance to shoot back. So 1 bullet wins the round from Shuhei.
Quick clinical execution. Fnatic get to save. Poor Shane. Banjo hiding in the corners. Banjo's trying to do his absolute damnedest. Still up there, 21 frags. He's got MOUZ right behind him on 19. MOUZ getting dangerously close to tying this game. Building an economy. Showing us crazy form from each individual. Maybe not each of them, but everybody having their standout play. It's enough to get this far, to get this close. Now a double op between Regali and MOUZ. Let's see which one of them gets one tap this round. Dangerous up close like this.
Yeah. He got in front of the molly, so they might forget about him. See if he tries to turn the corner.
Same
Banjo,
corner.
wow, Exertion goes so wide on the swing. No chance to shoot back. Yikes. CT's all rotating. 3 players in CT spawn right now. No one over towards B. And Exertion gets another kill.
Just through the smoke, it's Pepsor down. They've left Jimpat on Banana this entire time, and now they start to go back at him.
Yeah,
Fnatic.
they just killed Exertion, so I think they're just following frags.
Trying to scramble in. Throw up with a boost. 5 HP on Volt. That's all that they have to work with, and he still stops bomb. Gets a second. It's an easy spray back for Shane, seeing as he was so low, but that single man advantage. The double ops alive and kicking, but with the smoke in front of MOUZ, he is dedicated to this corner, and once that fades, he's got to land the shot. He's got a guy right in front of him, right in oranges, but he actually doubles back to the right side. MOUZ starts to creep out, clears it, missed shot.
Ooh.
And he could not afford one missed shot. That one missed bullet gives Jimpat his kill and gives MOUZ a 12th.
It didn't even seem like there was a way to win from there on top of missing that kill. So, I mean, he could have he could have potentially saved. I don't know how much damage the bomb is doing inside of Con now. Like, can you stand in there in like the back corner? Probably. I have no idea, but yeah, because like a lot of times you do see situations where CTs don't want to retake, they save in Con, but maybe the bomb kills you at almost any place there. MOUZ NXT, 5-round win streak. I mean, this would be very impressive to put together this map, especially considering it's Inferno, especially considering they started 8-0 down. One hell of a performance on the comeback. Again, the T-side op impact has been noticeable for MHL. Golly is certainly not taking over anything today.
All of construction is now 100%, 100 plus damage.
What?
Yeah, if you have armor, you are dead all the way up until the exit of CT, right where the corner is.
Whoa.
And anybody on the CT side of logs is also dead. That's how far it goes down banana.
The CT side of logs.
Yeah. So if you're on T side logs, it's 50 damage. But if you're on, you know, if you're between the half wall and the logs, you're dead.
Whoa.
That's a big old bomb.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're making them with that new stuff. Quick push out balcony. Oh no. Nothing there to stop it. They've got two players comfortably down inside, but short under wraps here. Regali, tough position. He's losing teammates all around him. Comes in with two. Could go for the third. He does! That quick scope is so big, but Shuhei survives the fight versus Pepsor. It needs to be Volt, and he gets through the sides of these smokes. Shuhei up into the apartments, spots the last CT. He's fighting tooth and nail, but Shuhei with 4 health survives the FAMAS fight and comes back with 2 kills on 4 HP to tie the game at 13.
That's absurd. And that's around, I mean, 3 kills with the off in that position. Regali was just trying to tuck as much as he could to set himself up for some easy shots, but they should have been able to trade this, right? And he somehow, finally with the support of Pepsor in the back, took another one out and set Volt up for this potential clutch situation, but he didn't remember there was someone in the back of the site, or maybe he couldn't know. And now the game is tied with fnatic saving. It was a nice round, but they didn't make anything of it.
Okay, a little 5-7 pop off first. Simply go short, and it's all good. Regali right into the scope. So this one is MOUZ NXT with a 14th in the lead.
Wow.
You know, we sat here and said, like, FURIA, got to make sure you put them down, but those comebacks never happened. Today, suddenly, MOUZ have that special ingredient. Or at least, they have up until this point. Still 2 away from the win, but this one made very easy with an open A bomb site.
Both teams have really struggled with holding lane. I think that's something they have in common, unfortunately. Even with all the additional players there, it's not worked out too well. So, insane, but MOUZ actually take a lead for the first time in the game to get on to 14. I don't know how it's come to this. It seemed like a very good pick from fnatic Rising here to take it to Inferno. Everything was lined up. I don't think he could have vetoed better. But, well, They've already got more rounds than they did versus FURIA Academy. They only got 10 in that game. Performing the comeback on T side, which is admirable. And I mean, the game isn't over, and there's still a chance for Fnatic Rising just to close this out. But I think MOUZ sense an opportunity and know they're on their better side. That's 7 straight here from MOUZ NXT.
MOUZ ahead of the fire. Nobody in logs, though. Shuhei didn't like that amount of pressure, and good thing he gets out, because suddenly we've got Fnatic Rising just gunning down Banana. Quick pressure reapplied towards A side, though. Banjo, he's got that little pocket to play from. Oh, yep, he finds the gap. Exertion gets the trade at the very least. And then suddenly Fnatic, they're going to evacuate that B site, because Regali certainly needs help. And we saw him put up a crazy 3K multi-kill when they were flooding down from apartments. But then they suddenly fall silent. Regali makes sound to the backside. Pepsor getting ever closer. Eats the flash. That's the opera down. Pepsor, he's looking to recover it. Jumping up into the corner. Jimpat trying to clear him. Will do so. And Volt can get 2, but not everyone. It's MOUZ versus Jimpat. And we've talked about Jimpat's clutch. Statistically, it's not always there. But the rounds and the impact, we've seen it. This would be the big one. Give MOUZ 15 as one of the newcomers to MOUZ NXT. When their 4 seasons consecutive are under question, in the first map, he looks for that 15th round win, and he just stays tucked in the backside. MOUZ asking questions as he rounds these corners, and Jimpat's not going to look at anything. MOUZ comes in, taps that bomb, wants to figure out where this position's at, but the time is so critical. And Jimpat jumps up into the corner. There's the frag, but there's just not enough time. Jimpat doesn't have to do anything other than hide. And the bomb pops to clear MOUZ. 15 for MOUZ.
Ooh, yeah, that's everyone dead. 15 for MOUZ. A clutch for Jimpat, and actually a very solid game overall with just the total amount of kills. Of course, talking about Jimpat, -1 in 10 the last time he played Inferno. Huge comeback, and they've actually managed this. Now, this is a spot where Fnatic Rising, they let MOUZ get very close up on lane without spotting. And they suffered from one flash, Regali in the back of the site, fully blind. And they were so close, way closer than they thought they were. Could this be it? Another round of hitting lane and having success.
The numbers are here. Oh my god. Pepsor warned. Exertion is cleared out. Quick move from Pepsor into the balconies, and Volt, he gets back from that banana setup. Gets back with 60 health, that is. Flashes come over. That stuns Shuhei for a second. Then the T-side flash connects. Volt, he's going to drop down, but Shuhei keeps it clean. MOUZ inside of that smoke decides not to go through. It's Inferno on the line. Jimpat puts that bomb down. We got T-side inside of the site. Looking to lock in positions. Shane holds flank. Him versus Banjo could be critical. Meanwhile, MOUZ wastes no time, but he's just jumping around. And inside of the bomb site is where suddenly MOUZ get themselves 2 additional kills. Regali looking for the answer, connects into the first one. CT does start to round that banana corner, but Regali in with a second. Banjo, he's got his next. MHL, time again, critical. Tech9's out. Tech9's through. 3 kills to MHL, and map 1, the way of MOUZ.
Damn, they put it together. That is, I think, 9 straight on T side with 6 bombs going off. They basically destroyed them in the second half. Stood in the face of all of their own stats and put together a clutch performance in a game that looked like it was over after 8 rounds and not winning a single one. MHL on the T side, I think he really impressed with his op, and later rounds on CT side as well. I mean, he was controlling mid as soon as he felt like Regali didn't have his op. And I think it's another game where Regali kind of gets outshone, unfortunately, where, you know, he's supposed to be the opper to watch. So what does this mean now for the series? MOUZ mid Fnatic's map pick. We've seen 2-0s after 2-0s yesterday. Feels like we might be able to see another 2-0 today.
Yeah, maybe. But if that 2-0 is going to come through, then we've got to get, you know, MOUZ on Dust too, which is still a curiosity to me. You know, this is something that they wanted to play maybe versus FURIA as a decider yesterday. We didn't get to see it. We wanted to. Now for sure we will. Can Fnatic bounce back on it? Do MOUZ just follow through? Not quite sure. But this is, you know, when we talked about the eternal struggle with Eternal Fire not winning a map, the real eternal struggle seems to be kind of Fnatic rising in the big games. You know, less of it this season, right? They were able to pick up best of ones. They were able to close matches. Last time they played versus MOUZ as well. Just kind of, you know, irking out that win. But then suddenly here we are in playoffs, and they have this huge lead. They have this instrumental start to both halves, and then they just fizzle out. Fnatic Rising, unfortunately, just kind of tripping over their own feet towards the end. And if you leave the door ajar, MOUZ will stampede through you. So 16-13, an Inferno win that is very important, because if we were to lose our three-peat champions in the playoffs without a map win, that could have been dire.
Yeah, like you mentioned, playing on Dust 2 is new territory for MOUZ NXT. All the MOUZ fans as well. We have no idea how they're going to play on Dust 2, but I think they opened it up because it's a good map to pick in a few of these vetoes, especially here versus Fnatic Rising. You don't want to play it either. So let's see what tricks MOUZ NXT have up their sleeve.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We need a second map between MOUZ and fnatic Rising. And it's not the second map that we could have expected maybe coming into this series, but something special for playoffs that MOUZ NXT have been cooking up. A little bit of Dust 2. We didn't get it versus FURIA, despite it being a possibility for map 3. Now we get it straight up as a pick here for MOUZ. So, Mohan, what do you expect?
I expect Fnatic to be uncomfortable. There's just no data for them to go off of on this match. I think that it's really smart and good of MOUZ NXT to have tried to play this again, and I think that they haven't had success on it. But yeah, if they're willing to pick it, and if they are willing, if they can play up to the expectation, then it'll be a really good punish here for Fnatic, who literally just don't have any data at all on Dust 2.
Is there a possibility that maybe we just get some crazy individuals in this next one at the very least? Like, I'm still waiting for Regali, and I would love to just see like Regali dominate. I don't know if Fnatic Rising are up to snuff when it comes to playing Dust 2 as a team, but surely we get like one standout map of a performance from Regali throughout this playoffs, because that's what we got all season. That's what we got during the play-in, and now it's not what we're missing here in the playoffs for him. So. If I have any hope in Fnatic Rising, I think that maybe it comes from him personally. I just think that we need to see that. We need to see the justice in the playoffs merited from everything we saw in the regular season.
I guess, but I don't know if it comes from nowhere, right? Like he had a chance on Inferno, he had a chance yesterday on both maps that they played. It's not been good, and it's the reason they're in this position right now, or at least partly. So yeah, team's not as good as they were, and they were set up on Inferno to at least kind of bring in a third map possibility. And now with this, of course, there can be egg on your face picking a map that you don't have any wins on, going up against a team that you have no data on. But for MOUZ, they're guaranteed a nuke at the very least, even if Dust 2 doesn't go well. It's a weird map to pick, we know that. But at the same time, you can be bad on Dust 2, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen throughout the regular season. No names, but we've seen the blowouts, man. And hopefully this one's not a blowout, because Fnatic Rising are kind of touted as the big challenger. I'm still kind of like framing this in my mind as if like, what if this was the grand finals? That's the kind of the caliber of Counter-Strike that I was hoping for, and that's why the performances are expected. But we'll have to find out. We jump into Dust 2, a map that MOUZ decide not to leave to the decider, but straight up pick. Will they pay the price for this? It's time to find out. Will Regali be able to step it up a notch? Also a possibility. But at the same time, as we jump into this server, we got it all lined up. Banjo, Regali, MAZE, Pepsor, Volt. Take it to the CT side. MOUZ NXT. Let's see what you guys have been cooking.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they've been trying to play this for some reason. Let's take a look at why. If they have anything interesting to bring to the pistol. Uh-oh. Did you
I'm also
freeze?
frozen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is Shane alive or dead?
I don't know. I feel like Pepsor switched out to the knife left. And Shane is trying to put pressure on him while they attempt to walk B. Exec is coming through. Feels like the Glocks are doing well.
As long as we hear Glocks,
bomb coming down.
there are still T's alive. There are still CTs alive as well.
Yes, they did. They owned.
Okay, not to pick it up. All right. Yeah, we got the Pepsor 2K, a frag for Volt, MAZE, Regali. Only two deaths on the CT side. All right. Doesn't start as easily as MOUZ would have hoped.
They did spot MOUZ in lower, right?
Then money could still be money. Banjo with 2. Up close, Shuhei, a single Glock kill. fnatic Rising, easy conversion, just a murder inside of the tunnels.
It is, and it's a lot of money. A lot of money made there from Banjo with the MP9 up front. So 2-0 start is solid. But the buy comes in now. It's actually already an open play here for MHL.
And also 1 for Regali. 4 players long for fnatic. Waits, sees that little sliver of a CT crossover. Ooh, MOUZ gets away with it. MHL gets tagged up by the counter op. Fire and smoke down on Regali. He's going to lose a bit of vision. Suddenly, Banjo got to be cautious because he's holding this B site on his own entirely. But there's no follow-through from MOUZ. Instead, they walk a player out Cat, hoping to catch MOUZ, perhaps. Sure enough, they will. 5v4 here to the way of MOUZ. Shane decides to go running through the CT smoke and the fire, and that puts him right into the scope of Regali. Pepsor locks down on long. Shuhei's still sitting inside A site, but with the CTs tucked close to the wall, nothing he can really do about this, and the bomb's cut off entirely.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb would have to walk up Cat. Otherwise, it's going to be a real nice fight, I think, for the CT that's there. It comes down to how uncomfortable they are in spawn. The smoke will come down, but, I mean, I don't know. This makes much sense. Now, okay, Shuhei knows that he needs to go help out, so he'll put some pressure on Pepsor. He's walking over to blue. Looking to section out these fights. And Shuhei, oh, he'll die. He'll die, and MHL will now have his work cut out for him.
Jimpat takes one off of the cross. Pepsor's back's turned to the long doors. MHL's got to get into this. There's still a chance to recover. Jimpat, he comes just straight through. But now the crossback. That's the deadly chance that they have to take a risk with. 6 seconds. I don't know about this. Bomb plant can't even come through at this point.
Oh my god.
MHL get the kill, and he wins the round, but he misses his shot. Regali's going to chase him. The frag is there after the fact, but it's a third to fnatic.
Oh, he shouldered it. If he didn't shoulder it, then he just has a free kill, actually. Regali makes a mistake of thinking the plant could have been possible. Runs up, and as we can see, there was just no time, so well, they almost get themselves out of this spot. I think right there, they get a kill off Cat, and they think, all right, there's going to be max 2 here, but there was 3 in spawn, and 1 over towards long, so very heavily overstacked on the A side of the map.
Easy pickup. Ooh. Ops chewing him. Regali hoping to spit him right out. Jimpat. Stuck. Flashbang helps. And he himself still has 2 flashes. A couple of smokes between what's left of MOUZ as well. But there's the 1-2. Volt with the gush, Regali the finish. Exertion, it's going to be a long save, brother, if you want to try and keep this up.
Funnily enough, might be in the best spot. Oh, and he won't get away with it. A 4th. And 2 ops again here for fnatic Rising. The CT side couldn't be starting off any better. A scout will be bought up here from MHL in this full buy.
Bit of a limitation when you're fighting not just one, but two AWP players on the side of fnatic.
Yeah.
See what he can get done. Quick jump up from MOUZ. That's Oppers boosting Oppers. Gonna try to fight their way out long, and sure enough, they get onto the corner. So they're trying to wrap around. Pepsor falls all the way back. Long control from MOUZ at the 130 mark, and it's easy at that. Nobody trying to throw themselves at it, just instead allowing for them to walk into MOUZ maybe.
Interesting. They're actually just doing the walk-up so they can do late smokes. And the CTs are only starting right now. Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
MOUZ unscopes. But they're now so close. It's even scarier for him than he can imagine. CTs will start to get back to retake positions at this point. Molly's not doing much here. Shots missed, and now the CTs will scale.
Smoke to work around. Ooh, flashes all over the place. He's hoping somebody comes through. Regali giving the good op cover. Ooh, Jimpat, the slide-by headshot. Stopped by Volt. Pepsor comes through again. Spamming away through smokes. 4 up for fnatic Rising. And MHL, well, that's Scout. A limitation, sure enough. But still enough to leverage 1 kill in the 1v4. That is all he gets. fnatic, solid hold inside of the A site. Even with that unscope that, you know, gave a chance for the plat player to just lock things in. MOUZ don't even get a bomb plant.
Yeah, that was pretty much as good of an attack as you could ask for, right up until the point they don't get any kills. So I think they got as far as they needed to. fnatic were actually quite slow taking over tunnels control. They didn't expect MOUZ to be on the corner. They had their op on site take a shot when he wouldn't have shot if he knew how close they were on the ramp. And, I mean, he just dropped the smoke. The smoke was useful. It helped him stay alive. He ended up dying, but that was a really good position for MOUZ, and they basically got nothing out of it, so not a great sign. Three opening kills here for Regali.
Nice to have him on the top of the board early. Nice to have him on the top of the scoreboard, full stop. Missed it the last 48 hours. Pistols sprinkled around this single Galil. And MOUZ with the aggression into tunnels. Oh, perfect. Even though he gets dinked, cleans up 2 kills easy. Fast fight from Shuhei trying to get down into the CT. Spawn trying to catch them off guard with speed and tenacity. But Pepsor, well, he's scoped in. Sticks it to him. While we've got MHL tucked inside of the catwalk, we've got Exertion over towards long. There's just no real attempt here. No real openings back. Bomb belongs to fnatic Rising. So this is just going to be another one. And we're looking at the start of Inferno all over again. 6-0. Made easy.
It in fact is, well, we've seen a similar start with a different ending. This one doesn't feel like there should be a reason where MOUZ can get back into it. They clearly not as sick at Dust 2 as they thought. Just provided for an interesting match. Of course, I don't want to start talking about the next map because, again, I don't know. MOUZ are good at figuring things out and like winning rounds eventually. Like, they don't just keep losing, right?
Ooh. Getting past it. Got a fight here. MOUZ suddenly hands full as fnatic. They've still got a player inside of pit. They've got one on the close smoke. And they don't forget about Jimpat's position. MP9 point blank, the garden hose tactic. Shoot more bullets than your opponent, and you shall win. Shuhei stuck behind Big Blue. MHL behind a smoke. And Pepsor in a comfort. Excuse me.
I wonder if Pepsor knows that they've... Well, it looks like he's going to clear this, but Shuhei wins. Becomes really close onto the angle, which is nice for Shuhei. And an interesting situation. I mean, they've got a push here from Regali to catch him back. I mean, they're going to meet each other. It's going to be nice for Regali, I want to say. Oh my god, he's going to see 3 and find 1. And he can one-way the smoke. Oh, wow, what a shot.
Is it enough, though? MOUZ locked in, expectant of the angle. And Shuhei just comes sliding through into the Yop scope. So sure enough, that's 7. Shades of Inferno. Shuhei catching him maybe with that 1 kill towards long, but Regali's so deep inside T-spawn that that second shot's pretty critical as well, right? He's getting shot at by the player he kills, and that third player's about to swing smoke. If he leaves his other opera in a 1v2, maybe things get sketchy, but Regali delivers instead.
Yes, it is true. Yeah, wow. They've really done it here in the 2v3, another round 1. Another eco. Exertion on the hero, Galil. And another successful lower push.
Full control on the CT side. MOUZ is already tucked in top mid as the long guy comes back. Like, just insult to injury. You can't go anywhere without getting poked in the head by these A1Ss.
Yeah. A4 is better, though.
That's what they'd lead you to believe.
Yeah.
I say do your own research. So far, the A1S has not betrayed me. Rotation back towards long. We get Pepsor tucked behind blue. At the very least, they grab a Galil back, so Shuhei finds an upgrade. But will they expect this off angle from Pepsor? Nah, Shuhei looks behind the door instead. And Pepsor doubles down with it. Nicely done to kill both. To drop bomb, to light it on fire, and to push Jimpat into what feels like an impossible 1v4.
Damn, he's been pretty nuts on long. A couple of tight spots where he just had to hit the shot, and he did. The last round was one where he failed, and then he still won. His teammates are so good too, but just goes to show why a lot of the rounds are not close. Another 8-0 start, like clockwork here. One map after another. You know what this means? This is where MOUZ NXT went around.
Right? There's just this huge asterisk that's like 8-0 means nothing because of what we saw in that last map. But there was just as little signs of life on Inferno as there is here on Dust 2. MOUZ still recovered, so let's see. Let's see if 9-0 is a possibility. You know, I did say that there has never been in 4 seasons of WePlay playoffs a 16-0. Beat it at the same point and see what happens. There's a 5v4 for MHL at the very least.
It's over now, man. They killed Pepsor. This was their nemesis on long.
Ooh, Banjo from behind the car. Shuhei focused on the site. He gets the support coming through. Off peak. Oh, Regali. Very clean and very much closed. B site belongs to fnatic Rising. Little smoke grenade in front.
Wow.
Oh, little micro flick because Regali knows he hits those. 9-0. fnatic Rising extend.
That's crazy. That's a 5v4. I mean, you know, standard spot to the B side to get one trade. They find out about another player. And then insane from the rotators, like this shot from Regali as well as Banjo. They just get all up in there. Or maybe it was Banjo in the car in the first place. I don't know. But yeah. Well, I thought really, I mean, 5v4. Pepsor dies early. Surely that's all they need. Guess not. And they keep getting away with these lower pushes. Oh my god, they literally cannot kill MOUZ.
Volt just locking it in those last two. 10-0 for fnatic Rising. And Dust 2, huh?
Indeed.
Not even a bomb plant.
If we learn anything from G2, it's do not pick Dust 2. It's pretty funny. I wonder how much practice MOUZ put into Dust 2.
Not enough.
Must have won all their scrims.
Jimpat gets ahead of the util. Again, we go into the tunnels, and finally, MOUZ NXT aren't going to get poked at from lower tunnels. Jimpat dropping util on the other side of the map. It serves up a good distraction. Gets Volt actually through these double doors. Banjo committed to the corner. They're going through it. Oh, they just try to jump through smoke right into Banjo. That third one just lines up perfectly for him. Shuhei takes one between the eyes. Pepsor gets aggressive around the A flank. He sees Jimpat, spams him down to 40 through those doors. Gets the fight he wants, and Jimpat actually picks this one up with a little bit further damage onto Regali. Then a missed op shot from MOUZ, and Jimpat's just kind of prodding everyone here. There's still... Oh, no, never mind. Bomb dropped inside of the B site. Oof.
Yeah, they could have just died sooner, but there's... Yeah, this is still not really a way to get back to this bomb as they look to attempt to split the A site. Well, I mean, Fnatic look good on Dust 2.
Feels like their map pick.
It does. They're able to stop all of the... It was like 1 or 2 rounds where it was like, huh. They look a little uncomfortable, but Pepsor looked great on long. They had really great B-side defenses. Regali looked super comfortable, so...
Really good aggression into the tunnels. Yeah. Then, of course, this is just that sad reality of, like, well, imagine if you were able to close Inferno. You'd be sitting map up, 11-0. Fnatic Rising never give themselves the easy road. But here they are, 5 rounds away on Dust 2 from extending the game into Nuke. And the only thing we know there, right, is that dominant win to start the season. The only time they had to play it when they didn't show up for the veto. It's the only reason we got to see them on the map. But we didn't know what to expect on Dust 2, and damn. Expectations exceeded. Regali, 14-3. Not the only opper. MOUZ posts his up down towards the tunnels. He'll hold. Shane baits out the shot. Nades go in. Good damage onto Jimpat. Shuhei also on 20. Bomb has been left outside of the tunnels towards T-spawn, though, so somebody's going to have to go pick that up. And if the CTs get aggressive anywhere, things could get sketchy.
Interesting. Delay double up on long. We'll smoke the door out. Cat hits coming in. Set up MOUZ to really show how comfortable he is on this op. He gets a very important molly off on the cross before he's peaked. Slow things down a touch. And we have a single flash on Shane. It gets used. And now MOUZ actually has an opportunity. Oh, but he misses his first one. And did nothing on the second as well. A single piece of utility left in the round right now. It's a Banjo with an incendiary.
So, guns up. 2 kills. Jimpat gets his answer. There's 3 in from MOUZ. A little flurry of success, but Banjo, the difference maker. And they know they've got exertion at a distance. Bomb not planted for him, but he still comes through with the Regali kill. Banjo on top of it. He's going to stick this all the way down. And Fnatic, that is 12.
Goddamn, he gets away. Oh, exertion is literally half a second off. And, well, what matters is that this is a 12-0 scoreline. Wow. Nice shots from Banjo. Taking 2 out on Cat. Crazy retake to be able to pull off. And uses his molly a little bit earlier on. Crazy how little retake utility was left over. We're in post plant for the T side. 3 rounds left in the half. No signs of MOUZ NXT.
That one closer. At least they plant a bomb. At least it's a 1v1. 3 rounds away from a flawless 15. Missed stop shot from MOUZ. That's going to be the man advantage given over. Golly hunting towards top mid. They almost line up there, but we've got it. 4v2 for MOUZ. fnatic on the back foot. Still leaps and bounds ahead, but hell, at this point it's about respect. Epsor, don't take this back.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh,
There you go.
A4 gets that.
1v3 attempt from Banjo. He's been lights out. MHL changes positions. CT now spotted. Smoke in front of him makes this one oh so improbable. So he gives it up. Gonna look to lock them into the bomb site. Not even, actually. Just goes right for his own save. MHL gonna chase this a little bit, but around the corner he goes. So all is good for fnatic Rising, even though MOUZ have lifted the curse. There will never be a 16-0 in WePlay playoffs.
I mean, playoffs isn't over,
That is also fair.
right? There's still hope. Well, MOUZ pushes into lower for the 346th time, and they finally kill him. It helped him multi-fragging. So that's nice. But immediately starting off this next round, Regali outduels MHL.
Nade? Nah.
Too far.
Golly trying to get eyes over, but the shot gives a little bit more wiggle room to Shuhei. He decides to chase him down to CT.
Wow.
Nice play. Nice split. And inside B site, Banjo can't hold it on his own. So we've got MOUZ not with 1, but with 2. Maybe, just maybe, 3.
Who knows? That is a good amount of money gone, but I don't think enough to stop the buy next round. Maybe they save here. Don't even bother going for this. Key play from Shuhei. And again, caller for the team, but he understands where, I mean, he gets important frags. That's for sure. That one right there. Understanding where Regali will go and taking him down fast.
Final buy up. Last chance for MOUZ to continue with something a little. You know, we got a heartbeat. It's a pulse. It's faint. Like the radio messages from outer space. But it's something.
Oh!
Golly.
Wow.
Fire's blind and nails it. Shuhei gets in behind Xbox. 2 more players down beneath tunnels.
With the 5v4 last round, it wasn't enough. Some exertion.
Oh, full
I think they missed their hinge smoke. Not allowed Volt to
Yeah.
get that frag.
At this point, can't afford mistakes like that. Can't afford much at all. Shuhei tries to drop down again. This time, Volt prepared for it. Catches him. 5v2 established. Molly onto Volt. That'll flush him out into the open. At the very least, it's a kill back for MOUZ. An attack from top mid, and Pepsor, he knows when he can go for those A flanks. Times them quite well. But again, Jimpat has his number. May's worried about the catwalk. It's really the long A flank. Jimpat sprinting at this point. Maze can just play it safe, tucked in. Banjo eyes on cross from middle.
What an
Gonna be that
interesting spot
long
from
range.
Yeah. Oh,
And it's ended.
it
So
is
a little
ended.
tippity tap for Banjo to close this. We have 1 bomb plant retake needed from fnatic Rising, and then 2 rounds from MOUZ NXT. That is it. That is all this first half had
Wow.
to offer. And MOUZ maybe should have picked us too.
Yeah. Well, they've been trying to play the map. I mean, yesterday they didn't pick it, but they left it as a decider. You know, over stronger maps they already know they can play for some reason. And if they were better at it, then it would make sense to pick it versus fnatic, who don't have any games played. That part of the idea made sense, but for whatever reason, either today is not their day, or fnatic are way better than they anticipated they were on Dust 2. And MOUZ don't stand a chance. I mean, nothing that they did look like they were. The execution on a lot of their strats was pretty weak, I would say. No convincing E hits, no convincing long A takes. A couple of 4v5s lost. They lost a 2v3 in there to Maze and Regali.
Through smoke grenades in a desperate attempt to hit a site under pressure. Not very inspiring.
Not at all.
Not at all. Normally this actually feels like the part of the series where we say like, well, fnatic Rising had them just nailed with this veto, and they never had a chance on this map, so they're leaning on nuke. That's how lifeless this one actually felt from MOUZ. Tough spot to be in. I will say they certainly don't feel like they're on the road to winning 4 seasons in a row. See if they can turn that around, but they scraped by a victory on Inferno, get completely blown out of the water here on Dust 2, assuming this one gets closed quickly. Unless they've got the best Dust 2 CT side we have ever seen.
Shane only got 1 kill at half. Looking for a redemption arc here.
Gonna let Regali try to piece together a picture before they go in with the 4-man hit. Regali drops. Now he's committed, but he lands his shot. Ooh! Shane finds one from back plat. Perfect lineup with the USP. MHL, he switches places with them. Executes them from the back. Banjo gets the kill into his hands. We've got a 2v2 on our hands. Regali trying to hold in on the middle play, but Exertion will pick that one up. And Banjo grabs that bomb to disappear.
Interesting. I mean, he did have the sight in that situation, so now I might not be able to get a plant. Oh, but he gets the kill, and now he's on for the round. Jimpat's still here. And from one fin to another. Oh, Jimpat will take it. Damn, he'll pull it off. And that gives MOUZ NXT a chance. I mean, it is a chance to at least see what their CT side is about. And fnatic forego a bomb plant that they had in the bag right there if they wanted to try it. Guess he was hoping Jimpat was already closer to the door or window in that spot.
One Deagle. That's it. Only Regali. MOUZ NXT look to mount the comeback of the season. Maze lands in lower tunnels. That's great. Shuhei just setting himself up very nicely. So this is what MOUZ need, I think. A little round to just farm a bit. You know, take the load off. Maybe smile. Just at least wrap one up nice and easy. So 4-13. It's a long, long road ahead. And that road could hit an early speed bump if these AKs from Fnatic Rising stop them in round 18.
You think there's a chance?
No. No, I don't.
No, I don't. I do.
You do? You do think there's a chance MOUZ take back this CT side? Nah, man. I think Dust 2 was a mistake.
There has to be some reason they picked it. Uh-oh.
Get into the corners of Cat. We're kind of stuck here for a second. Shuhei eats a flashbang. That lets Fnatic Rising push further.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh, pegs him with the smoke, so now they know what's up. Exertion going to try to use his own smoke to push that MP9 ever closer to the site, but Banjo, he's got a good angle. He never even gets the chance.
Oh.
Pepsor, all right. Shoots down Shane. Now what's left of the CTs have to try to cross over towards ramp. Banjo's been waiting this entire time to pop off, and he does. Gets 2 kills to close it. 14-4.
Wow.
Fnatic Rising taking the fast road to nuke.
Goddamn. Dude, they know all their nades. They even have their fast cat smoke lined up from elbow. They're playing off the one-ways. They're getting the entries. It looks scarier in that one round than MOUZ NXT did for that whole first half, with just how quickly the attack came on. And just like that, MOUZ NXT are broke. Well, they'll have to invest for these next 2 rounds, no matter what happens. At least get 2 rifles out of it, but... Wow. They could have gone anywhere in the world, and they picked us too.
And I was hoping it was for good reason. You know, I was down for that. You spent all your off time practicing. You're going to give us some kind of, you know, inspiring T side. That's not what we got. Exertion. Go for it. Nobody's watching. It's only illegal if you get caught. He gets Banjo on the fallback. They're sticking around here as well. Trying to fight this. They don't want to give any mid space over towards Fnatic. Utility usage comes through. Pepsor trying to drop the hinge smoke. He actually gets gunned down by Jimpad's Deagle. I love that. Killer instinct. Jumps in on the one chance. 4 versus 3 off the back of it. So they do a good job of stunning Fnatic here in round 19. And then work their way back to the A site before Volt has a chance to cross over.
Oh man, all the CTs have made their way over. Volt has got their attention. B site completely open. And now that they figure out if Volt is left, oh no, they kill him. But they don't know that it's B right now. They're now getting ready up in the tunnels.
He's locked in, looking at his feet. Regali just holding off on the window, and Shuhei slides through the doorway first. They're coming in from all 3 entrances. Oh, Shuhei. Immediate headshot. Maze from Car going to be under pressure. And they come through with the 2, just with enough time for defuses.
Yeah, I was looking at Regali's spot. I was like, is this gun not sticking out? And I think it was. The door guy kills him. When you're sitting at Car, you're supposed to trade the door player, but you're supposed to wait as long as possible before peeking. So Regali in that spot has to look out for himself. And, well, he ends up dying. Still a good attempt here from Fnatic. And rounds to play with. Many, many rounds to play with.
into the tunnels they go. I was feeling that CT aggression. Exertion all the way back.
They have 3 smokes, so they're trying to bait out some utility if they can. That'll start to come through from the CT side. Lots of time left, though, for fnatic, so it's a pretty solid situation for him. And now the late smokes will come down. Oh, and they get through the mollies.
Gershen's chance to shine. Shuhei shoots Pepsor after throwing out the nade. Nobody's looking at him, so why not? Shuhei holding on inside of the smoke. Banjo's chance to recover, but he's going to have to do this with 11 health. So it's not nearly enough. Nice op shot there from Regali, but he's surrounded and down. So MOUZ, that's 6. Only 10 to go.
Only 10 to go. They pull off a nice one there. I mean, they stopped a long hit. Players on site working together well. That was pretty clean. That was a good attempt from fnatic. I mean, they got ahead of all the mollies. They played super quickly without taking a lot of damage. But they get out-dueled.
What's buy gonna look like? I see a bunch of utility, but I don't see the money for weapons or armor.
Love how Banjo 21 and 10 again.
Most consistent.
Yeah. But they've only lost. They've only lost 3 maps in a row.
Also consistent.
Yeah.
No contest for the catwalk. No attack into the lower tunnels. Ooh, MHL nice and easy.
Oh.
And try to go to replace their dead teammate. But MHL, I mean, he clamped down on this very easily last time. Smoke.
That utility. Funnily enough.
Nope. MHL just blocks Bolt off the play. Nice little tippity tap here from Shuhei. A second made easy with the A4. Desert Eagle in, and it's a USP tap to close. So Easy does it in the 3K. That's 7 now for MOUZ NXT. Only 9 more to go.
Did have one really great round out of fnatic on the cat attack. So I locked in 14 as soon as I got the rifle, but still looking for match points. Oh, it hit him. Wow, he legged him. Shot through the smoke. They won't know about that.
Dissipating the mid play. Flick him. Nah, good shot. Ooh, and the Molotov gets put out. So a little waste of the utility. Shuhei, stuck ahead of this, but finds Pepsor. Volt up close, trades right back. Exertion was burned back, so he couldn't offer himself the trade frag. MOUZ, they're going to have to be into the 4v4. Jimpat standing in the open here. Gets right back into the window as mid becomes under question. The utility going down on CT could lead this to be believed as the B split, but now Exertion's in the open. He had to deliver that one. Frag goes down, but the T is not yet clambering over, and the smoke will stop their entry.
Ooh, they want that refrag so bad. But they won't get it. There is not enough time to go long here. But it looks like they're going to try. They got to pretty much run the whole way. They don't even have smokes.
Oh, this one desperate. 10 seconds. Nope, they're going to try to, but it gets completely turned away, as it was always going to. That's not the one, folks. That's not the move.
It is not.
Surely Fnatic don't choke 2 maps in a row, right?
I don't know, man. They saw a good rifle round already this half. I don't know. I mean, they just have to pull it off one more time, you know, and then they're fine. We already saw them pull it off. I mean, yeah, MOUZ didn't give themselves a chance here. They only won 2 rounds in the first half. They already lost a rifle round.
For some damage. Oh, money. Shuhei dunks the nade on top of him. MHL from downtown. And Shuhei heard those footsteps. So Banjo, your time is very limited. Despite your best efforts. Missed op shot gives him more of a chance. More of a chance than he should have ever had. AK. Nope, M4 picked up, and that's where Jimpat's going to end things. So that's 9 to MOUZ NXT now.
Well, it is officially a 5-round game. Fnatic won to guarantee OT at the very least. The fact that that's even a conversation is a little bit worrying for them, but... there had to be some reason MOUZ picked the map. That's not T-side. Haha.
At least this time the cross is smoked.
A little bit.
There's the solution to that. Ooh, Exertion, love this.
Well timed.
Gets into position right when he needs it. Shuhei goes through. Oh, it's a slaughter. Regali's going to bring it back with a kill from long, but MOUZ NXT, 10 rounds. And a CT side that's not going to go down without a fight, but a T side that was nearly non-existent.
God damn. Regali has to fight here. I mean, he knows he's going to get flanked eventually.
That one's made easy. He comes through the doorway, and he can't pirouette fast enough. So only 6 rounds to go now.
Only 6 rounds and, you know, a 2-round cushion, right? Like, even if they have OT, there's enough money here, MOUZ. And even if Fnatic Rising win a round, they've got to win 2 rifle rounds in a row. Such a good play, obviously, by Shuhei. He gets way more out of this than you would like. I mean, that flash assist from MHL fills the kill feed. Exertion up on the site perfectly times his one-way smoke. They put up a strong defense. $14-4 is not manageable, but 14-11, that's the difference. That's a different game entirely.
Ooh, scout tags quick.
Not worth it to take this fight anymore at MHL.
He gets out.
They use more A-Force. That's why they're winning.
Absor getting drawn to the site. Oh, blinded. Come on, MHL. Give him a damn chance. Actually, don't. You don't have many chances yourself. Jimpat, MOUZ down 2. Good spray control. And exertion comes through. Finishes off what Jimpat started. Maze rounds this one back towards mid. And... Whoa. It's ended. Up close and personal. Now MOUZ starting to feel a little bit. 3 rounds away from tying. 5 rounds away from the win. I can't believe that fnatic Rising didn't just come through on this T side and end this fast.
Yeah, they have money to buy, and I mean, they can go again. And again, the thing is, I mean, you know, they jumped from 13 to 14 off of their cat hit, where they got their entries. All was good. I mean, the way they did that was really solid, but they just haven't been able to replicate it at all, even once. I thought they would have by now. Certainly the game is still not over, but yeah. Looks like MOUZ may have over-prepared for CT side and under-prepared their T side.
Golly, maybe get an op mid. Some kind of a pick, some kind of a 5v4, something to get this ball rolling. Again, it's come to an abrupt halt, and exertion makes sure it stays fully stopped.
Didn't even see him, did he?
Another crawl up the catwalk. It's already being held, but MHL actually falls off the angle, drops an incendiary instead to keep them at bay, and we get the tunnels being cleared out by MAZE. Could very well go back and attack it from long if they want. They could put pressure onto Shuhei.
Oh, I think he was spotted.
He's stuck.
The molly will be no good, though. And it's just a leg for the off to come in. Michelle in his position. Oh, but he shoots and falls back.
So, pressure's here. Oh, but he lands the kill to Pepsor, and a second onto Regali, and a third onto Volt. Wow. MHL decides that is the line in the sand. Long shut down. MOUZ continue the comeback.
They do. And that was a good spot again for fnatic Rising, but what a play by MHL. Did not miss after that first shot. Crazy. This is crazy. I mean, if he falls for one shoulder peek here, it's a very tenuous spot for the CTs. But exertion and him, they trust each other. Regali doesn't get into the spot. Some insane shooting here from MHL. That's ridiculous. That's the one they had in the bag.
Sucks the life right out of fnatic. Puts them back down into the Glocks.
They're probably
That
calling
eerie
a B
feeling.
rush.
That eerie feeling that fnatic know all too well. Starts to creep back into the heads. MOUZ just do not die. And I don't know whether they should be proud of this comeback or ashamed of the fact that they only had 2 terrorist round wins. But it's also not over yet, so I'm sure that'll dictate how they feel in the end. Jimpat. He's got Shuhei on the other side of the doors, but the Tech-9 of MeiZ point blank ends up picking up the kill. And if things get a little too crazy...
Oh, it's a nice reposition, though, from Exertion. Gets right into Goose. No, and they're not on for the long split.
He's got to deliver this. Tech-9 from Volt. Toppled. Deep peek.
Wow.
All 3. Exertion. Well, he's going to go ahead and do exactly what they need. A solid A-site hold on his own. You know, Tech-9 drives through him. Suddenly, Bomb Plant comes in. CTs have to awkwardly retake either from Spawn or from Cat. And instead, he just decides that's the end of that. Long distance kill versus Regali is clean and keeps the spray down for that third.
Well, this is insane. I mean, they have so much. Jimpat has 16 grand right now. And they'll buy up. He just has to rebuy utility, but there's so much money at this point. MOUZ can buy no matter what happens. The map is looking tiny here for the T's.
Ooh, man advantage. Oh, make that 3.
Oh!
Finally,
Oh
fnatic
my
rising.
God.
Finally. After all of this. After all of these rounds with nothing. They just decide, oh, right. Let's kill. And those frags come through. It's not overcomplicated. It's not a fancy exec. It's not a sick mid-round rotation. It is simply murder that gets them their 15th on the board.
Yeah, they win in the default. They get all of their duels. They move pretty fast, which is the one thing they had in common between this and the round they won on a rifle, at least. But you know, still so much money here for MOUZ NXT. They have 2 ops. At least they've kept a round of distance now before winning that. But they get it. They guarantee overtime. That'll relieve some stress. Well, the Caramole's no good.
Exertion's just going to keep it locked in.
Oh,
Ooh,
Regali
pick.
takes one in mid. Yeah, that's quite a find. Wow, it looks like they're immediately believing it's going to be a B-side hit, which is right. Jane.
Ahead.
He doesn't die falling back. Oh, he misses the
Oh, no.
the tunnel entirely.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
he thought he was already safe. He thought he was running back, but instead he runs right into the jaws of fnatic. Shuhei crosses over towards window. MHL posted. He's got the gap.
Smoke.
And Shuhei comes in with 2 kills. Stops bomb on top of car. There's the off shot from MHL. And now Regali needs to come in big, but instead he goes down. And that isn't enough, even though they catch the guy who thought he had fallen back. It's MOUZ with a 14th. Round
Wow.
30 needed.
That's with an opening kill. And that's actually MOUZ showing that they knew exactly what fnatic were going to do. Follow that frag out middle instead of taking it towards long control. Exertion was so sure about it. Even though he got flashed and ate that flash, he decided to push up towards long. Didn't see anything, and the rotations were there. And they missed that door smoke, dude. I mean, that's like unforgivable because they could still have won easily if that door smoke just landed. Good nade. They run it up long really fast, and they take out Exertion.
Ooh, trade attempt from Shuhei, good for the first. It's just going to be kept simple. It's just going to be kept aggressive. M4 starts to go up. Oh, MHL. Important kill to stop Volt there. Because you could see, even with the boost ahead of him, that like things were getting a little weird. Shuhei gets flashed on his first attempt to jump up. Now they wait, and MHL lands another. The boost still not needed. No response back from Regali as he's tagged to 32. He loses Pepsor, and they know exactly where the last man's at. Round 30 with MOUZ's names stamped on top of it. Overtime on Dust 2 is needed.
At least they got, at least they got OT locked in with their 5 alive round, or 4 alive round in that default. That was nice. But it felt like they could have just tripped over that at some point or another. Took them a long time to get there. But overall, MOUZ, they lost 2 rifles in that second half. That's it. That's it. They won every other CT round. They didn't have any problems on the anti-ecos. And now they go into OT, starting on CT as well.
Creeping out.
Shoulder works.
They'd followed through. There was a chance for Regali.
Shot.
Nice track onto Exertion as the smoke goes down. He thought he could maybe cheat the timing. Instead, he falls down to his death, and a leg shot comes out from Regali. I didn't even see Shane on his screen. Gets him through the dust.
Well, they have long control. They're ready for a split. MHL looking to pick this up. Uh-oh. Shane has no idea they could be out middle. And Banjo doesn't reveal himself. So MHL is safe from long for the moment. No. They're really just kind of taking a long time to do this.
Jimpat ops one down in mid. Secondary op connects. MHL, though, just runs forward straight into the crosshair of Banjo. Long player connecting for his impact. Shuhei tries to turn this around, but then he gets kind of pulled between 2. And Jimpat from op to M4 is looking for a very important clutch to open OT. Regali suspects the walk up from Cat, but now they see... Oh, no, they don't. Just keeps his head underneath the ledge. Keeps himself alive a little longer. Crossfire set towards long, though. That'll be the end of him. Banjo from downtown taps for 3 kills this round. The fact that he's able to get MHL off of the car by MHL walking forward made that one way too easy.
Yeah. So where does this come from? We have fnatic rising, 2 rifles and immediately win the first round of overtime. And, suddenly it just feels like sometimes that can be like a weird sign. Like, oh, it took this long to win a straight up rifle situation where, it's like, why did it take this long to win a round where they looked good? They looked dominant throughout. And we'll see if they've done enough here in overtime. NET rounds will be insanely valuable.
Sigh of relief. Gonna sit inside it, soak it up for a second. Chance of keeping the series alive very much here for fnatic. There's one thing they're not afraid of. It's going to be MOUZ's offense.
They did win their 2 T rounds near the end of the half. Because it's kind of similar to fnatic.
away with the long hit. Stuffed by smoke. They stop.
Yeah, they don't lose much. Wow, what a shot.
Ooh.
Oh, nicely done from Exertion. Looks like they delayed the long hit.
Still a little life left on a potential B split. They've got the utility to block off middle. Jimpat and Shane are going to have to deliver.
That's true. Only 2 flashes between them.
That's all they got left in this one.
Yeah.
These B players have leaned away from the window, in fact, so there's going to be no early spot in mid. They're going to have to just hold within the site. Shane starts to change up position. Exertion wastes no time on the flank. Regali's still just throwing out the supportive utility, and Banjo's in through window. Regali's under pressure, but the B site, that's one down, one still to go. Point blank, Shuhei with the headshot, and MOUZ tries to bring that bomb in, but there's just not enough time. He never had enough time for that plant, so it's always going to be MOUZ at that point. Tied up again at 16.
They have put it together, and that was a nice play from Exertion, of course, with the flash to take over long control. And from there, I mean, 3 on 5. You know, fnatic haven't shown too much on the T side, so I give it an attempt. They have the site that's definitely weaker. 2 players low on utility, but they don't win the engagements. Oh man, this spray is insane.
Just total shutdown. They thought maybe a B rush would be their solution. Instead, it is their end. MOUZ looking for the second CT win in overtime. Sure enough, Jimpat decides enough's enough, and he locks down that B site. So they're going to have to improve their T side. That is no doubt, but they've had some time to kind of settle into Dust 2. They've put up what they need to. fnatic Rising kick off OT with 1 round win, but that's all they get. They need the clean sweep on the defense if they want this to end here and now.
Instantly, fnatic will pick up the 2 ops. They know that they're in their comfort zone, but they've already picked up their 1 T round. No, that might be enough. A 2-to-1 ratio in OT could be just fine. So let's see what MOUZ have learned from regulation. It looks like they will go a little bit faster. Oh my god, that was close to a teammate getting shot in the head. Shane lives that. 2 Ts walk back around through spawn. Looks like just to feign the cat hit. I'm not sure if they'll actually walk up to this or not. But they put considerable pressure now on the CT side. This is looking like a well-organized round. Now, they have done this a few times, T side. They get into good spots, but their execution when it's time to go just looks so bad. So here are the CTs. I mean, this is perfect. They're not happy, but will they win these duels? Oh my god, they have no idea the cat players are going to come through.
Just sat there in the open like a sitting duck. MOUZ tries to deliver some kind of a hold because his first 2 teammates go down with nothing, and all of a sudden we have MOUZ's solution. MHL.
They just played better here. They just played better. Well, okay, 2v3, 1 and 2 riflers goes down. Banjo on the 1-on-3. Is there a chance? Oh my.
With that shot, there seems to be. Quick swap out to the AK. Hopper trying to hold the angle will do exactly that.
Oh,
MOUZ secure double OT at least from 13-2. to an 18th round on the board. And not only that, but not one, two chances to close this.
Yeah, knock Fnatic rising out of WePlay Academy League Season 4. Their life is on the line. Came back from 14-4 to get to overtime. Now their biggest lead so far. And the best T round that we saw from them so far as well. I mean, that was really impressive. And I think, I don't know. At first, it didn't look right. Oh my god, they saw so many cross. They actually saw 4 players in through mid, but they aren't in a position to take over long control. They could squeeze to get up cat fast or cause some rotations with any smokes.
Yeah,
And
looks like
MHL
the
wins.
intended target.
Wow, 5v4 on match point, series point, season point.
Season point. Oh, that's the rough one. A game that could have been somewhere in the upper bracket, but slow starts yesterday leads them here. Fnatic Rising every single season has had to watch MOUZ go on to lift trophies. They had a chance to shut this down on Inferno. They had a chance, more than one, here on Dust 2, but instead it's a 5v3, and suddenly everybody dies. The kings of the Academy League looking to continue on. They are merely mortals. That much we've been proven by Fnatic Rising, but there is still this curse for Fnatic that they have not been able to lift. MOUZ will get the better of them yet again. Fnatic fall in the lower bracket finals. The first team eliminated from playoffs, and that means that MOUZ's hopes of 4 seasons in a row can continue on. But holy hell, were they tested.
That's insane. I mean, 14-4, you know, on Dust 2. I can't believe they pulled that together on the CT side. And I mean, they really improved into that OT for their T side. They did figure out what they did wrong. They fixed their attacks. All their default looked very good. They made the CTs as uncomfortable as they should do, especially versus a team that doesn't have any experience on the map. And Fnatic Rising eventually fell. They could have very easily won that, and we wouldn't be able to talk about how, you know, MOUZ NXT improved or anything. But my god, the nerve of these guys to be able to stand up and fight round by round when they're down that much. As much as it is a full-on choke here from Fnatic Rising. There still has to be someone to kind of receive it, right? These punishable rounds. And MOUZ NXT, they play as champions. They know that they can win. Yeah. They believe in the process.
Not the first time that Shuhei, Shane, Exertion have been under this amount of pressure, have been on this part of the event. Consistently leading new troops towards that coveted finish line. MOUZ, I can't believe it. 14-4. I didn't think they had an open hell. 11-0 and a 14-4. And they end up winning this in overtime. You know, it was so long between the T side in regulation and the T side in OT that I wasn't sure what to expect, but we slowly watched these individuals warm up as the map went on. Got the multi-kills coming out. The confidence started to, I think, boil over from that CT half, right? A marked aggression in their CT sides. Like you said, playing like champions. I feel like sometimes on their T-halves, they just kind of fizzled out. But momentum moved over.
And that is why we talk about Shuhei as this IGL. You know, you could see now, like in overtime in those 2 rounds, okay, what they expected to get out of their T side. They clearly were capable of very kind of difficult rounds or maximum difficulty rounds. The longest possible default and all the pressure and all the nades without dying. They got it together. And MHL had a fantastic map. Really made up for Shane, who started out in that first half 1-14. You know, he picked it up towards the end, but still, I mean, that's, you know, it's hard to win a map if one of your players is below 30 ADR. So it was a really kind of showed how good MHL was here. God damn, that's Fnatic Rising out of Season 4, not winning a single game, not winning a single map in playoffs.
No, unfortunately. They get to the playoffs, they get through all of the play-in, and then they fall here. And we said, you know, coming into the series that this was kind of a battle between 2 of the elite oppers of the league. And I think that with this Dust 2 victory, MHL definitely, you know, puts himself at the top of that list. He will still have hype to deal with once they get a chance versus Big Omen Academy. Assuming they get a chance versus Big Omen Academy, we'll have to figure out what Big's road is towards their chance at lifting Season 4's trophy. Obviously, it is Big versus FURIA coming up next. And that game, wow, who would have expected it to be on the top side of this bracket? But FURIA, better than ever. A successful season, no matter how you look at it, and a run that continues longer than Fnatic Rising at the very least. So we'll be back after a brief break with that next best of 3. Catch you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the WePlay Academy League playoffs. Season 4 almost wrapped up. We've got 3 best of 3s left between us, right here, right now, all of us together, and watching a team be the new champions, maybe? That's what both these two teams are trying to do. Big Omen Academy, FURIA Academy, deep in a playoffs run. And suddenly, one of them will be in the grand finals. The winner of this goes to grand finals. The loser, not eliminated, but rather having to play MOUZ, who are now waiting like the crocodiles in the moat, hoping to chomp down on whatever competition comes their way. Now, in the head-to-head between these two teams, Big Omen Academy, a 2-0 record over top of FURIA, a total domination on Vertigo, 16-3. And then a very close affair when we got to see FURIA play what they like to, which is Overpass. That one only 16-14, but both the way of Big.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because FURIA. The thing is about FURIA academies, they've just gotten better, as the league has gone on. But the weird part is that they lost their last 4 maps, so they clearly, as soon as they got to the play-in, took a giant step up in terms of skill. They took down MOUZ, of course. They're behind that 2 best of 3 wins versus solid teams. So it's just like way back when they played against Big, that was kind of a different team, I think, in terms of FURIA. And so I wonder what that means for the veto between these two teams. Whereas for Big, I mean, they've just been consistently good throughout, right? Like, there's no real reason to doubt them on any of the maps that they would pick. The story of this game is simply that FURIA are much better than they were the last time they played against Big Academy.
Yeah, powering up every step of the play-in, defeating teams that are definitely considered to be better, punching up every time, exceeding all expectations, exceeding all previous results. So this is the best FURIA we have seen, and it's a great Big. It's definitely a Big that is capable of winning this one, as they are considered favorites. But I think map pool can make things interesting. With the victory over top of MOUZ yesterday, if it had come down to Dust 2, then maybe we could have seen the road for FURIA. But FURIA just blew them out of the water on a map like Nuke, which is something that we really could not have expected, let alone the result to happen anyways. So it's hard to kind of pin down FURIA at the moment. Any type of box you try to put them in terms of expectations just gets shattered the moment they jump into the server. But this is the run, obviously, now right here in the winner's match versus Big. MOUZ eliminating fnatic just a couple moments ago. And now the decider match will be MOUZ NXT versus the loser of this. So 3 best of 3s left. That's it. All these best of 1s, 2 weeks of best of 1s every single day. And we're 3 BO3s away from deciding who wins Season 4.
Tough part for FURIA in this one is just that Big can ban out of Inferno, which is where they beat MOUZ NXT and have taken it recently. And then FURIA will ban Agent for them. So that means that they'll be quite happy, with the map picks left over, whereas FURIA can't really punish them for their permaban. So that'll take some strength out of FURIA Academy looking at this veto. But in terms of where they can take it, of course, they still have Overpass, which is something that it was impressive when they played them last time. It's probably even more impressive now. And I think they've evened out and gotten better on both CT and T side. Cow is, of course, unbelievable on Overpass, as well as a select few other maps. So we'll see.
One of the teams I'd say that, like, of the remaining, or of the 4 playoff teams, definitely like kind of the least amount of op presence as well. That's not a big part of their formula. It's just Kawes, who's kind of been God mode as of late. But it's the Dust 2 pick for Big, Overpass for FURIA Academy. So sure enough, FURIA are going to try to bring it back there where they were oh so close and yet still ate a loss.
Yeah, this is a very sensible veto, but obviously this is a big punish for Big to play Dust 2. They know that they should be able to beat FURIA on it. At least for FURIA, I think they could see this coming from kind of a mile away. So I'm sure they prepped some Dust 2 in order to take this one in the series. Doesn't mean they'll grab it, of course. And of course, on Overpass, they didn't see success last time. They could potentially see it this time because it was so close. But overall, a very strong veto here for Big.
Yeah, this one ends on Vertigo, where we saw Big pick up a win yesterday versus fnatic Rising, despite fnatic picking that themselves. And FURIA Academy, we didn't cast it ourselves, but this is one of the maps that they just shredded Astralis talent on at the very last step of the play-in order to make it to playoffs. That upset a 16-6. So again, I think, we kind of put it in the back pocket of this FURIA upset road. They exceed expectations. They are playing better than ever, and they will have to do so if they want to be a grand finalist in Season 4. We got the big boys in the big camp, set up in the offices, and ready to party.
I think we had, at least 2 consistencies here between these 2 teams, which was Kawaz, of course, continuing to be great inside of playoffs, especially on Inferno. Wasn't as present on Nuke. That was all about ZMB. And then for Big, it was hyped on both maps. I mean, he's been the best opera in playoffs so far. MHL looking to change that story, but they've already put down both those teams with the other quote-unquote elite operas in the playoffs, and now force them to eliminate each other. So there's a chance here for Hyped to really make his mark. And yeah, I mean, he's just been incredibly impressive. Like, he's hitting all the shots. He's looking composed. And I feel like he's exponentially improved since the beginning of the league, even just within this season. So that's a great sign.
Time to find out whether Big flex this advantage on Dust 2, whether Hype gets op dominant. This is a good map for Keto as well, I feel like. He's always rotating around. He is the master of utility on this map for Big. But in the pistol round, he'll be swinging with the P250. Very quickly in with the Berettas towards tunnels. Goes unnoticed. Oh, a 99 damage gush with the USP.
Wow.
Welcome to the server, Hyped.
It's not every day.
Good to see you.
Bruninho's locked into the spot, so they don't really have to worry about him if they get the cat kill. Yeah, Keto knows he can slow down even further. Actually, Keto comes out. Whoa. Uh-oh.
Okay, Decenti. Headshots aplenty. And Sin stalls him out for a second. He's got 2 of these players gushed. He himself has gushed both of them. He knows that he's surrounded. Oh, he tries to dive down around, but Decenti is clean as hell right now. 3 headshots with the USP and a pistol win for FURIA.
That's an enormous win. I mean, Bruninho was super patient over at long, and I thought Keto was just going to wait him out even longer as the kills came down. But, of course, actually, I mean, FURIA were the ones who started getting frags. They got the first one, so there might have been a better timing there for him. But now they'll buy up again. Scout for Hyped. Said trade me for an AK. It's a good deal. Vicente has definitely been excellent as well.
Feels like the whole formula for FURIA has been coming together in order for these wins to happen.
Yeah. A fairy tale run here.
When you're doing something like this, when you're in the middle of it, probably feels like the world is yours for the taking. You've waited seasons to finally stick everything together. So don't let off the pedal. Toughest match, perhaps, is here right now. If anything, Big have actually looked far more stable than MOUZ NXT. Real competitor in their hands, and Prosus down to 20 HP, but Decenti takes the place of Koala on this back plat, gets 2 kills with the A4. Scout shot rattles off. Aqua wants to think about coming through that mid-smoke. Kawa is keeping him honest. Keeping him cut back. He dives. Gets through, and the bomb goes down in the hands of Sin. So that's a very good escape here from Aqua. Just runs for the hills, being chased every way, and then he puts the Molotov down, which means he burns a bunch of time as they go running back, and he gets his hands on an AK, tucked into car. Aqua just magnetized them. ZMB, though, there's the scout headshot. Sin looking for 4 in this one, but he snaps it back over. Looked like he was going to fight towards tunnels. Instead, he gets them all.
What a shot. I mean, another 1-on-3 and a second attempt for Sin off that pistol, where it didn't go his way. That's a beautiful round. The hybrid opera of the squad, and they put one together. That's insane. It was kind of funny how Aqua did all of that and then rotated all the way back to car, only to die to the first player who spots him coming into the door.
Scout.
Yeah, with a scout of all things. But hey, maybe that play helped. Oh, Jesus. Wow. Had to be a headshot to get that kill. You know, we didn't see last game on Dust 2 was many people dying through the door, you know?
True. Yeah, there's a few tags towards the end, but you're right. Okay. Koala's got a dirty deagle. He's just looking to hang on to it at this point. So big. They convert, lose pistol, force buy win, and get that 2-1 started.
Slides back in with the Glock. Finishes off Koala at 2-1, and well, it's pretty calm here for Big. 1v3 for the conversion, and it's worth 3 rounds.
Spots on cross. And that whole pack of players goes running over on long. Like a school of fish. They just have to stick side by side.
Yeah, I won't see anything.
Oh, the old 4-person ramp lineup, huh? That's a cinematic one.
Classic, I think. I mean, Big could overplay and run right into this. That would be fun.
I'd sign off on it. I think my favorite pistol stack we've had all season was still when Spirit Academy went 2 players on each side of Rafters in Nuke A site.
Yes.
That was definitely like the best USP setup.
Oh!
They get 2 with this.
Yeah, and the bomb's
bomb
here.
stopped. Oh, but the long play. Okay, Aqua, we see you. Good thing Aqua comes in from long, because Hype's sitting on top of that bomb with his scout up thinking, oh god, what have I got myself into? And they converted 3-1 lead.
That did look very hard to hit those shots. They were just like 4 tiny heads popping up over top of the ramp. Oh, it's free. Ooh, tries to delay the peak. Hyped is nice and patient.
That's 1 op down, 1 to go.
True.
The AUG user of Season 4.
Let's go.
Stops
He's
processing
alone,
his
though.
tracks. Very much alone. This cat push couldn't come in fast enough. Flashbang's fantastic. He almost got a chance to spray them down, but just off of the mark. Can't blame him. Man's blind. And Big Omen Academy just cut right through that B defense. Find themselves a 4th already.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. I mean, they go 1 for 1 in mid, but 3 over towards A, and they can't retake as quickly as they need to. So it was a bit too much to ask for Koala if they were going to play that properly, and they damn sure did. It's always a tricky battle to figure out how to defend in the B site versus door window and the tunnel. You got to take some kind of risk no matter what. It's kind of like you have nice angles for every single fight, but you can't pick all of them at once.
There's a little parting gift for Big. I'll be happy with this one. That's a shout out. Keto actually has Crimbo's sticker on his AK.
Cool.
sticker of the guy who replaced you.
We're all Crimbo fans at the end of the day.
Smoke onto the Xbox. Molotov on long. Keto doesn't give a damn. Gets right past it. Has to put out the next one, but at least the answer's there quick. And Process. Oh, he kills Cowes, but they don't know about Bruninho into the pit. It's a FAMAS versus 3 more. Oh, but he keeps it clean. Right into the head of Sin. And now by the time that the next player goes for his peak, oh, it's through the smoke that Process finds it. So Process definitely keeping big... Oh, okay, that was hyped. Oh my god.
Still
I
through
thought that was
smoke.
Process. Jesus.
Wow. Oh, that's a long one. I don't know how he got that kill. He was in a good spot to trade that. I mean, Bruninho made a hell of a play right there. And he even dropped his smoke, which could have bought him some time, but kind of just very nice from Process to spam that exact position. And this is one team that I don't think will mess up their long attacks.
Ooh, a little gap in that.
Yeah.
Ah, but a flash falls right through it. And they get past. Leave a player deep on long. And sure enough, a very comfortable position to close in the 5-1 lead. So Process saves them a little bit. Smoke, shooting down through the smoke into the pit, making sure that there can't be an additional kill out of Bruninho, who had an excellent effort with that FAMAS.
Yeah, only a FAMAS, and he still did that with the perfect crosshair placement. He does the unimaginable. Gross is kind of like a Next or a, I don't know, maybe a Maze or something like that. He like doesn't usually get that many kills, but they're all very kind of impactful kills. We've seen that consistently throughout the season. It's interesting because I think he was kind of forced to frag more in previous iterations of Big Omen Academy. But now that they've got hyped on the team, and Aqua's not IGLing, Keto's here, I think he has less pressure on himself, and he can just be the smart player that he is by having a top frag.
Again, we're going long. Ooh, Descenti. So many players pushing through that doorway that he sure enough finds timing. Bruninho blinded a second after the player comes around, so easy lineup for him. And a 5v3 off the back of that one. FURIA gonna win the long fight, not off the back of pit control, but just the fadeaway kills that end up coming through from both the op and the rifle.
It was a bit late. Not one flash. I know Bigger is still going to play to win this round. They have players on long, but one smoke here between the two. That's the main issue. And it looks like... Oh, no, it doesn't get used. Maybe there's an extra one on the ground. I'm not sure. Let me see if Aqua has 2 smokes by him. He might be smoking cross by himself. Yeah. Uh-oh. That's now just 2 players. 30 seconds still left on the cross. And he's worried about long, and Descenti gets one between the eyes. Wow. They
Plant
managed
secured.
it. Full retake here for the CT side, and an op still out.
Oh, but that op just jumped over top of Xbox, scopes in and shatters Keto. Bomb's not planted for long either. It's just tucked behind boxes. Hype looking to shape one off. There we go. Catching Bruninho before the Cat players start to come through. Aqua just going to keep his head down, let the Opper play contact. And appropriately, they topple this retake attempt, one kill after another, forcing
Insane.
ZMB to give it up.
Insane. They've actually
3v5.
pulled that together. 3v5. Keto getting the opening, 2 kills, getting capped by himself. And they had enough utility there to make that possible. They also moved with just enough time. So, yeah. You know, and I don't think any of the other teams here in the league would be able to put a round like that together as cleanly. But Big are championing Dust2 for good reason. So that's a 6. The frustrating way to lose if you're Furia. You knew it was over when I think Decenti had the USP out on elbow.
Yeah, trying to hold Cat back. Best of luck.
I think he had an op, right? I mean,
yeah,
probably worth the risk just to use that.
So Furia decided to take a timeout. 8 rounds into the game, trailing by 5. They decide now is their chance.
That one sucks because that means that you don't even feel good in 5v3. So they might want to continue to be aggressive slightly. And Hyped is, again, way too consistent with all the shots. We'll get a round reset. It's only 2 guns saved, I think, for Furia.
Just one.
Is it just one?
Yeah, I think they bought a second one and then reset.
2 ops. Does ZMB drop here? Are they actually just evening out? It looks like they just have one per. I feel like this has been quite common. It's to keep one player low. They get good guns. That's interesting with the 2 ops they have. This will be kind of a brand new situation they've got to figure out. And they can't afford to die to Hyped.
He's back there. And he's crawling in. Oh, Decenti. Yeah, he saw something. He saw a glimpse, a shimmer.
They both saw each other, right?
So the lower tunnel player's on high alert of it, but Decenti decides to give it back. A little bit more room here for Big to work. Second op, pushing around the corners of Long, but there's nobody out here. You know, we've seen quite a bit of aggression from Big on long doors, not this time.
They definitely do not know about both these ops. Oh, wow. That molly. Decenti cannot see through it. A chance that he could die. 14 health. And they've kind of forfeited long control as well, so it gets very scary for the CTs who are leaned heavily towards B.
Decenti can't afford to stand in any kind of util zone. Cowes, whoop, there's the present scene. 35 seconds. The split's coming into the B site. Brunino's Deagle back site. Cowes only good for the one.
Whoa.
As Sin just rocks the headshots back to back. Now, this does actually transition the ops into a nice little save. So, silver linings here for Furia, but golden opportunities for Big as the 7-1 lead secured.
Oh, I didn't even realize they had both ops on A. So I thought they were like trying to run away from the op they saw, only to potentially run into another op. But it doesn't seem like that would matter either. That exec was too strong for Big. They're just way better, man. Like the execution getting into the B side. It's nice to contrast to the Dust2 we just witnessed between MOUZ and fnatic to kind of show how it should look with the long takes. You know, the fact that you have an advantage as soon as you take long control on T side, the fact that Big can convert it even 3v5. Where most others cannot. Yeah, that's an off down.
Only one saved.
You should be able to pick them both up, but can't shoot. What do you think?
Yeah, just like carry mode.
Yeah.
I get it.
Source 2.
I think you should be able to pick up inanimate objects and throw them. Like that pile of tires over there. Just pick them up.
That was kind of like source.
Yeah.
That was fun. Did you ever play Half-Life 2 by any chance?
Nope.
That would be a fun one because they did it's basically that, and they have
Just-
like a gravity gun.
Yeah,
so
incredible
you can
physics.
mess with anything. Yeah,
So I've heard.
they have a it's like a it's not like a bow and arrow. What's it called? Like the
A harpoon
stronger
gun,
version
right?
of a bow,
Crossbow?
crossbow, but it shoots rebar,
Mm.
and then
And then you can
shoot
use
the
that to
rebar.
create like into walls, and then you can jump on top of them. And
Yeah,
yeah, I've seen the physics.
yeah, that was kind of mind blowing.
I've seen the truth.
Wow,
Passed out long again.
we
Huh?
really
Back to
fell
this.
off. with Counter-Strike.
Molotov destined for ZMB. Ooh, but Bruninho's in the open. Good helping hand. Keto
Yeah,
will
really.
burn the Opera out, but at least Bruninho did what he did. And he did it when he had to. Only chance there before everybody else from Big have their eyes set down long.
100%. Came to the Call of Duty.
Speaking of falling off. Cross out from Sin. Bruninho, 3 kills. Drops bomb this time. Ooh, nice attempt at the spray transfer down into CT, but it's going to leave Hyped in a 1v3. Smoke on top of bomb. He'll grab it. Ah, but she's not going to get across. Not with Descenti holding that one. Furia have won a second, and that is a tip of the hat to Bruninho.
It is. What a teammate. I mean, he had to go out in the open. Feels like in the textbook they say, okay, you lost your duel, now go hide. But they realized they actually had Big nervous about trying to kill the car guy as soon as possible. And Bruninho had a chance to catch him off guard. So they're probably tilted that Bruninho swung wide, as they should be, because he outplayed them. I feel like mulling the door is really good practice these days. From the T perspective. It's funny how they changed Dust 2, and all it's done is evoke more utility usage in the early round. For the cross. For the lower plays.
Ooh, can't snap that one down.
Descenti goes low.
I like that. Takes out his knees. Smoke in front of the peak. Ooh, Descenti not going to find that second one. And Keto actually seizes this chance to get himself through middle. ZMB over top of the smoke. Going to make sure that there is no push up towards the B site just yet. But that doesn't mean Keto's not here. Oh, and Process just walks out straight into the B site. That's going to enable Keto to turn back around. He predicts that ZMB is up there. Easy headshot for Keto. Follows up with 3 kills on the round. And this is what we were talking about yesterday when it came to their opening win, right? Keto with the killer instinct.
Yes, Keto knows. And now this one's a wrap. Ah, they pull that together too. That's crazy. I thought ZMB was going to get that kill for sure. But he gets messed up on the quote-unquote one-way in CT spawn. Keto uses it to his advantage. And there was no chance to shoot back, so 2 in a row stuffed. This Big take another.
CT's at least able to rebuy, but this is all the economy on the line. Everything they got right here around 11. Big could be soaring forward towards those double digits. And what are they going to do in order to get that? Well, they're just going to keep it simple. Going to go straight into the B clash. Koala can't get his gun back out in time. Descenti smoked off. Good amounts of procedure there from Big. They hold. They don't cross before smoke pops. They just hit that B site rapidly. Take what they get. And Furia, they'll go ahead and try to save what they have. 4 players to hold on.
It's a great spawns. And I think they use the nade smoke to guys their exit as they come out onto the site. So 4CT saving instantly. They've got great spots. I think it would be hard to pull this together. Let's see if Keto can manage one.
Nope. That's now an upgrade for the MP9 as well. So a little added bonus. You wanted to take things away, but you really just gave them something better.
Well, very one-sided first halves today. See if it means anything this time.
Yeah, for the first time of 3. Man, can't believe Fnatic Rising lost like that.
14-4.
Now they have to wait an entire off season to try and get more revenge.
Wow.
CT is looking for a chance to strike. Flash lands in front.
Oh, my God.
Perfect. I'm telling you, Keto, the king of nades. The flash is fantastic, and the round just gets melted away. FURIA never stood a chance.
See, as soon as they pushed, man, the timing could not have been better. The flash is perfect, and the A players have nothing to do again. Yeah, it's been boring for them these last couple. Well, that is something else. It's so fast they can't retake.
Cowes.
Hits him.
God, the leg shot. Hype just playing with his victim. Cowes, he can't even escape at this point. He's gonna have to try to hold on with only 16 health. Desperate, and it's not gonna work out for him. So a 10-2 scoreline secured for Big Bruninho. He's got fire behind him. Run for the hills, brother, run. And hold on to that one AK-47 for FURIA. Another quick round from Big. They know what they want, and it's that B site owned.
Dude,
Look at this flash.
The most vulnerable they could have possibly been at that exact moment. If they had turned the corner, that flash comes through, it could be a whole different story, but so well timed from Big. They call out the tactic perfectly with their own. We've got FURIA Academy back on double ops, but it has not exactly been a solution so far.
Almost.
That was close.
Gets shot at by Koala. So props to Koala for landing some damage here. It's at least hyped to be walking around wounded. But they need more than damage at this point. Round 13 and FURIA still sit on 2. You know, we've seen good things from Pit. Ah, but he dies empty-handed.
Spread perfectly. And the cat play's coming up. They're not in a position to deal with this again.
Sure enough, Cowes just gets blindsided. Descenti tries to escape, and Koala comes over top of the Xbox for at least something the way of FURIA.
Yeah, but they know site's clean. Another player was in CT spawn, and another one was on cat, so that's 2 of 3. CT will try to get into better spots, it looks like. Maybe, maybe not. Definitely going to be desperate.
Looking for it. Oh, ZMB just no eyes on. Sees the jump over towards Goose. They don't have the utility to burn this player out. And it's all good here for Big.
Yeah, they're very careful. And a late smoke. GG. They need to run away from this one.
You brought it up earlier, and it's so true. It's even more relevant, I feel like. It's like, doesn't this feel like a team that actually picked Dust 2?
Yeah.
Contrasted to what MOUZ were able to offer.
I think it is something that,
anyways.
Like, you can be, like, we saw in OT some good T rounds, but I think it can be a thing where you pick a map you played in scrims. There is such a difference between scrimming a map and playing it in officials. You can be as good as you want. As soon as you get into officials, everyone starts playing different, a little bit more nerves involved, and something that you're just not golden like you were in scrims. So it's always nerve-wracking to bring a new map into the pool for that reason, because it does have an impact. The scrims only mean so much, and there's just no way to replicate actual match experience in officials, except for by playing officials.
Officially owning Furia. 2 rounds left. Double Ops still trying to be the solution. And we're going back to long. But ZMB, that's an easy pickup. Aqua goes his back. Gets suplexed. And we've got a bunch of CTs just looking to lock down this portion of the map. Prosis. Oh, he takes down Bruninho. And ZMB is also dead. And it doesn't look like the T's are going to make the mistake. Prosis. What is this guy on? Jumps onto the ledge, regains vision, regains aim, and just cracks the head of the pit player. Again and again.
Two in pit and 1 on the corner. 1 kill Furia Academy got on that hold.
Molly back to the ramp. Descenti worried about all other directions. They cross in. Koala gonna offer us something. 1 kills his, make it 2. Headshot connects, but there's Sin with the recovery. And a quick reposition from Descenti going long in his hopes of closing the 1v2. We got a car player, we got a pit player. Or excuse me, site. Hype peeks in. There we go. That's a door offered. Slightly ajar. Descenti swaps out to the AK. Sin drops off of the site. Fun reposition. Descenti. Oh, he spots it, and he sticks the headshot to him. We got another one here for Furia. Descenti trying to keep his team alive with a 1v2 clutch in round 14.
Uh-oh. They messed it up a little bit. The elevator drop's a funny one. It's obviously can be very good. And he had the opportunity to peek where Descenti had no idea it was coming, but well, he was the one playing with no pressure. Easy shot for him. Hyped also gives up that easy duel. That is a thrown clutch for a big Omen Academy, but they are on 11 rounds at the end of the day. And they don't have, you know, piss poor or CT sides or anything like that. In fact, even better on CT side. If you look down in front of a smoke, you can see farther into it. Our feet.
Smokes, man.
Yeah.
Freaking magicians. Bruninho looking to hold this one. Oh,
wow. Wow.
Oh, he's fast.
He's fast. That was a wide flick.
Double Ops trying to hold Big at bay. Trying to hold off the attack on A. We get this late lurk in through Sin from mid. And just as they try to go pushing to the front side of the smoke, they get attacked from the back. Sin has this guy locked right in. Koala is killed. And it's a 12-3 half for Big. Talk about dominant.
Seriously. I mean, it was a good half from Hyped, but also right there from Sin. I mean, he had a 1-on-3 to convert initially and just continued to be very good on a rifle. Never had to pick up the second up. Might do that into half number 2. But for the meantime, the right players are fragging. And yeah, that's pretty much it. The right players are getting kills, and they look good from a team, team perspective. And they're doing this to a team that literally not just beat MOUZ NXT, 2-0 yesterday, but also are coming off 3 best-of-3 wins in a row versus teams that were not scared of them before they started winning. So, and this is crazy because Furia, they beat Astralis Talent, they beat Prospect. This was Prospect that came back on 11-4 on Nuke. And that's the only reason they even made it this far. Now they just keep winning. But they give them the worst start possible.
They got the power, it's like they siphon the power over everybody else that they beat. They're carrying prospects behind them. They've got Astralis Talent Soul. But now they meet big. Process well earned. Had some solid multi-kills in that one. Aqua has the scenic seat. And currently taking the scenic route. Riding on the coattails of Sin, Hyped, and Process. Those are the three heaviest hitters for big in this dominant 12-3 half. One pistol round away from starting a comeback, Furia. We've seen very lopsided first halves all day long. Both previous maps, it has meant absolutely nothing. So we don't expect the same to happen to big, but a missed smoke. Awkward. Sin drops off of the window. Aqua tries to get some kills from the opposite side of the map. And here comes the plat peek. Trying to hunt these heads. Process will connect to one of them. Now he's got to get the reload in. Tunnels player about to push him. Descenti in the open. Long range P250. Process drops bomb back sight. Descenti trying to recover this. It's a 1 versus 4. He's got 3 players left to kill. And Keto comes in from the flank to give big 13.
Yeah, honestly, everyone missed that round. That was not the most beautiful pistol round. So there was a chance for Furia to pull that together. They just could not kill Pros. I mean, they could not hit a shot. No one could hit a shot. Big were taking an average of 5 seconds per kill. And Furia still were not winning any trades.
Force buy just at the half, so a few Desert Eagles is all we get in this. It's going to be the 11 round, or excuse me, 13, Jesus, math's hard today. 13 round comeback attempt.
Yeah.
They hold off for the buy. Look at this big, look at this scoreboard. 14 kills on 3, 10 and 11 on the others. I mean, this is the, and I'm using this word team, this is the best team in the league right now. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, I guess it's fair. I mean, the other two best teams didn't win.
But now they've got AKs against them. So Furia, let's see what you've got. Show us a sign of what's to come on Overpass. You know, we know that Overpass last time between these teams, 16-14 for big. It's fair to expect better than this. Koala. You'll find hype first and foremost. So not only guns in the hands of Furia. Ah, never mind. No 5v4. They can't hold on. It's going to be a quick push from Furia trying to get ahead of that smoke. Process waits on Goose. Keto looking to come up from CT. And Aqua right behind them. Runs through the smoke. And because they kind of stall out on Cap for a second, they are very prepared for that one. Keto with the freebie right back. Oh, Sin, clean as ever. 2 headshots sprinkled in within those 3 kills, and it is a slaughtered Furia Academy on the cusp of an A-site hit.
Yeah, he actually got 4 on that one. That's 18 and 6 for Sin, leading the charge. No playoffs chokers here on big. No room, man. I mean, Furia do not look... They don't look like they believe they're going to win, so we see them missing some easy sprays and stuff. I feel like they're already in. Get this over with. Type of mindset.
Oh my God!
What? Okay, Keto.
As if this dominance couldn't get any better. Oh! That is so sexy.
All headshots. No problem for Keto.
Just owned.
That's like the dream round pushing up mid.
Absolutely, unarguably owned for 16. And we can run back all these highlights, but none of them are going to compare, because once we get to the end, we get another clip of that Keto frag. Wow.
Yeah, that's a full investment. I mean, they all had armor.
Yeah, that was a legit round.
They got smoked.
Stunned. I'm stunned. I mean, and here he is helping with the utility as well. You know, Keto just sprinkling in the impact all over, whether it's setting up teammates or just deleting what was left of Furia's attempt here on Dust. This is big, picking Dust 2 and getting what MOUZ were hoping for. You know, an uncomfortable opponent and an easy win to kick off the series, but a 16-3 here out of big. 14 frags for Process, 18 Sin, 16 Keto. Look at this differential. You know, Aqua just bringing up the tail end, but the guy he just ran out of things to shoot at ultimately. And so, big. What more can you say? Shooting for that grand finalist spot. They top Group B throughout the regular season. Looked pretty untouchable at times. And now here with Furia, they put a massive gap between both of them before going into Overpass, where things should get closer, but they need to be, you know, able to stop what is some crazy individual level, because everybody from big is hitting headshots.
Yeah, they both are awesome at Overpass, so this is a really cool way to potentially, you know, end it or at least figure out if we get a third, because Furia have won 7 out of their last 8 maps on it, and Big are on a 6-map win streak. And you know, in that, of course, is it where they beat them a little bit ago on this map already. So I mean, it still could be very close. There's still a chance that Furia could win, but Big are perfectly happy to play here on their map pick.
Yeah, big just looking to take some of that, let's call it DM warm-up that they just did on Dust 2, transition it into the Overpass impact. We'll see if they can continue on this hot streak. Both these teams on a solid winning streak at the moment, and Big are looking to continue that streak straight into the grand finals, which would set up a Furia versus MOUZ rematch for the second grand finals spot. What do we get? We'll find out soon. Be back after the break. Welcome back, everybody. After a very, very quick first map, Dust 2, completely wrapped up by Big. Cherry on top, Keto 4K top mid. Oh, talk about sending Furia away from Dust 2 with a message, and all of a sudden their hearts sunk to their stomach. That one's a tough pill to swallow, but luckily for Furia, it's a best of 3 series, and we get to move this one onto Overpass, where we've already seen much better things from them. We know that their Overpass is both competent and capable of pushing Big to the limits.
Yeah, it's their best map. It's also Big's best map, and it should be a close game from that perspective. Of course, Big have a direct head-to-head win over Fury Academy on Overpass, so that's something. But it wouldn't be crazy if Furia could win this map, and I think they don't deserve the series if they can't pull out this Overpass. Getting their best map that should be all they need. But I think it would be the perfect way to prove that they're better than Big if they can win here and stop Big's win streak where they haven't lost a single map. They won 6 in a row. So the one map that Fury have lost is to Big out of 8 in a 14-16 game. So it was hella close. And Kawes tried his damnedest in that match. 1.49 rating. I think he's good on a few maps for sure, but insane on Overpass, especially playing in the stairs. Lots of responsibility on his shoulders. Yeah. In terms of the stats, he's pretty much maxed out everything. Um, it looks like his lowest rating on Overpass is a 1.09 out of the 8 games they played.
That's your lowest, man. You're doing all right.
He likes the
Uh,
map.
but they'll need him, right? And I think that's kind of been the tale for playoffs is the formulas we've come to expect for certain teams have always banked on certain individuals. It's not the Opera in the case of Fury Academy, but it is Kawes. So if Kawes has a quiet match here versus what was a very evened out Big and a very impactful Big off Dust 2, then maybe they don't have what it takes. But like you said, best map versus best map. It was incredibly close last time, thanks to Kawes. We've just got to get them, that little bit of a marked improvement. 2 extra rounds, and Furia Academy get to push this series all the way onto Vertigo, where we've seen good things and bad things from them. That most recent, very impressive victory over Astrala's Talent on Vertigo. There's reason to believe that the rest of this series could slip back the way of Furia Academy, right? But you have to be able to deal with a beating. The morale has to survive, and so does the belief that you can actually go ahead and secure a grand final spot through this best of 3. You don't have to go down and deal with MOUZ NXT a second time. Just 2 more maps right here, right now versus Big. You've got yourself a real shot at maybe being Season 4 champions. Nobody expected them to get this far. Nobody expected them to have. There's no reason to believe they would have more wins in the regular season or get through the play-in. But here they are now, halfway through the playoffs.
Yeah. Make no mistake, Vertigo will be kind of just as hard for Fury Academy. I think that's one of the maps they were perceptibly the weakest on. Even though they have kind of one win on it. Overall Big. They play it quite a bit. They've won a lot recently. And so Fury have their work cut out for them in this series. Especially, just having to give up their original map. And again, the veto works out so nicely for Big, where they get to ban Furia's best map. Furia get to ban their permaban. So it's already pretty lopsided from that perspective. So Furia will once again have to play the best CS of their lives. And I think if they do play their best, they can win it Overpass, and we can go from there.
Right. Take that first step forward because they've already been kind of taken down a peg. It was close, folks. It was very close, and it needs to be Kawes. That's who our eyes fall upon as we move into Overpass. 1 map between Big Omen Academy and a flawless run to the grand finals. They didn't even have to play that play-in. They just had a solid regular season, took the top spot, transitioned it straight to grand finals if they can win on Overpass.
Imagine the pistol round, but auto snipers.
And then the economy gets reset, and you play normal CS after.
That's not bad, right?
Sign me up. I still think overtimes. Okay, hear me out. Next time there's ever a show match and it goes to overtime, because every show match always goes 30 rounds. Show match overtime should be played with knives and Zeus's only. 1 round wins.
Yes. Cosign.
You know, we've already got the pistol round. What if we made the knife round an official part of the first 30? Why are pistols free? You know, I was told nothing's free in life. USPs and Glocks, though.
You got to stop hanging out with these pessimists.
Furia. It's going to be 2 smokes, Molotov, double flash. Big gonna waste no time. Trying to take a glance down monster. Don't see much for it.
Furia definitely improved their T sides throughout the regular season as well. Again, some close victories, but I think this is the side where they clearly were not as good, and they have done so much better in their more recent matches, which has been very impressive. Uh-oh.
Nice tap.
Yeah, nice find from Hyped.
Oh,
Sin will help from the back.
And a scramble. They run upwards. It's the flank held easily. Bomb plant from Koala down on Dice. Smoke grenades in their way, so Big can't just come running through as they would have pleased. There's a kit behind the Dice box as well, so that can be picked up. It's on the open road towards this defuse. Shots start to trickle through, and... oh, Koala's alive. That flashbang kind of screws over everyone, but...
yeah.
They regain vision, they regain momentum, they start to push this forward. It's Forces with the kit. Jumps on top. A little bit of cover here from Aqua. Almost there. Oh! He sticks the defuse. Dies right after, but gets it.
Maybe they didn't expect a player to have a defuse kit or something, but they had a great opportunity there for swing from both sides, and they didn't take it. That's a free round that Furia drop. And we look back on that flash, and it was supposed to kind of free up, I think, you know, both players from being able to fight, but it just blinds both his teammate and the opponents at the same time. And as soon as they come to, it is the CTs who find that kill. So, wow, really unfortunate way to start the game here from Furia, but they kind of asked for it. The buyback's pretty damn spectacular, though, with the amount of guns they have here. Wow, fast out towards long. I feel like some of this will be heard. They are not running the against the wall. Ouch.
Dink won't make things easier. Got Descenti to the right, but they've also got Aqua killed inside connector. ZMB doubling down with the Galil. That aggression from the B site, costly. Sin swapping into the FAMAS. And Keto's just trying to run down to the B site in an attempt to get ahead of it. They smoke off Heaven preemptively and then decide to go back. The old 1-2 razzle dazzle.
The CTs just heard him running. They are not very, very aware of where they're making footsteps. They did this twice already this round.
Keto in position, comes wide. Oh, Keto! Oh my. That is just sharp.
Damn. Nice round from Keto. But they let him get into that spot. And then they let their guard down because they think they pulled off some kind of sick fake. But the only reason that he's here is because they went in through B utility and then ran back through the door. Oh, man. Yeah, and earlier towards long, Keto also runs away from the bathrooms because he hears them at long because they're not running against the wall. So there's two situations they don't see, but it'll be clear when they watch the demo that they kind of created those rotations. Like, if they had just exec A, no fake at all, it would have been fine.
Ooh. Good recovery. Second MP9 ready to swing to connector. Great flashbang. And the utility damage is right there behind it. Keto closes as the third player up. So 3-0 the lead and 3 alive for Big as the guns begin for Furia.
Yikes. The start that they want. Good opening kill, but we had some reinforcements back up here. Again with the nades as well. Flashbang HE comes into the stairs, and more CTs keep appearing where the last ones died. Buy-up comes through. It's going to be an op in play. Fortunately for FURIA, round 2 was like a real bonus for Big. They bought like 3 MP9s. Let that one go.
Oh. Yep, Sin spotted them. Now he's going to flash Keto around the corner, maybe. Yeah, going to let them get a little bit closer. Ooh, but they hold and they wait it for a second. So Keto not peeking into blind opponents, but rather a very prepared FURIA. And a 5v4 netted for them off it. Hyped, sticks inside the bathrooms. Fight towards Monster goes the way of Bruninho, nearly doubling down into Prosis. So this one's going very well for FURIA. Guns, their solution.
Looks like Big will just stack A and hope it ends up going here. But as you can see from the bottom, outside the B site, that this will end up just being a save here for Big, as FURIA have an open site to plant in. So they'll pull one back. Still, I mean, with 3 guns, it's not terrible for Big. Be able to buy next round.
See Keto trying to be used again as a piece to stun FURIA first. The ideas were there. The info was there. FURIA nice and passive and safe about it. Exactly what they need in the first gun round. Keep 5 up. No overcomplications this time. Just a follow through and a freebie. Maybe that monster play comes back with something for the side of Big, but it's a kill in nearly 2.
Interestingly, attack called here for Big, and I think they can kind of do more of the same. Everything they've done has worked for the most part. They got a little aggressive in stairs once again. That got punished, so that's something. They could delay the timing on the flash if they want to try that again. There's still not really good reasons to not play stairs. You can't really overplay it, as we'll see from Cowaz in the second half. You can be there a lot, and it's still very hard to kill sometimes. Whoever's in there. Looks like Keto's got the front spawn, hype somewhere in the middle. Oh, what a shot. Oh,
Let's
wow.
go.
They assembled that so fast.
Yep. Quick
And that is
boost.
one thing where FURIA, they won some of their earlier overpass games, not by having incredibly good T-side, but having some tactics to supplant for their uncomfortability in the regular defaults and stuff. They couldn't close out some normal rounds, but they had some good boosts that they use, some good tactics. What is weird spot into the CT side? Oh my god. Oh wow, what a shot from Keto. He is frying right now.
Oh, he's definitely kicking it up a level for playoffs. Coming in big. Showing why his addition to this roster is meant to put Big into the finals and why he could be the final nail in the coffin. 3 frags to his name. And 1 towards top con. Couple players left to get through. Oh, poor Bruninho. He swings the doors open. Prosis attacks from the swampy waters, and ZMB is all on his own in a 1v4. And it's not an open sight that he's managed to sneak his way towards. He's got presence all around him. Flash is perfect. Keto sets them up to succeed here in round number 6. 5. What's important, the fact that he's up close in playground and just snaps that left and right.
Damn. Yeah, it's the 5v4, but look at this second shot. It's insane. I mean, it ends up being more kills after that. That is just pure good aim right there. From Keto, just like we saw in Dust 2, just like we've seen on earlier on Overpass. Not the way you want to lose if you're FURIA after that good start. A weird spot for him to stand. I'm not surprised he didn't clear it. Oh! Oh, I couldn't get around that corner. Man, I think that was actually the right idea. They were going to jump in again because he does that boost 2 times in a row. Wow. Deep Molly comes out. Hype ops over top of it. Oh, he'll find another. He hasn't left yet.
That was...
Oh, Jesus.
Damn, every player scoped in on... Just sent right back down into the tunnels of which they came.
I think because they used the boost again, I think it was heard from the B site, so they decided to push A fast, and they didn't smoke this out, which they need to do. That's why that Molly is so key from the CT perspective. Why Hyped had such a huge advantage there, but FURIA didn't respect it.
No entry back into this round whatsoever. FURIA just holding off in the spawn for the minute-long save. So, big individuals coming from Dust 2 into Overpass to start winning heads-up gun rounds towards this playground. If it's not Keto, it's Hyped back-to-back.
Indeed. Man, there was some weird world where it's, FURIA big in the final as well. Because FURIA have already beaten MOUZ NXT once. 2-0'd them, in fact. I don't know if the veto will be the same tomorrow. FURIA end up going and playing against them. It's a couple of weird moves from MOUZ from that perspective. But big on this form and getting away with everything. I don't know if either team will be able to stop them. I think, of course, if MOUZ plays their best, then they'll be fine. But that seems like a big ask here, as everybody is showing different levels in playoffs.
This third one, Cow is thinking maybe the wide swing catching him, especially with the util usage, but Hyped so ready for the quick scope. Smashes them back down to their spawn. Of course, that save's going to be pretty important. First timeout for FURIA here on Overpass. Big Omen Academy's boot camp rooms, not quite as luxurious as the main team, but you know what? At least they're one of the only rosters that gets one. And for that reason, it's very clear to me that Big have been putting the investment into these young players, whether that investment is Keto or just the access to, professional environments. But we could be very well looking at the most consistent team across Season 4, straight to the grand finals at this point, if they can beat FURIA. And MOUZ are going to have to show us that time and time again, despite losing pieces, despite losing important players, that they can rebound again. They don't have their coach, Cyclone no longer there. I think you put it very nicely earlier, where it's like MOUZ have had pieces taken away, Big have had pieces put in. Now we see the result of that. 5-1 comfortable CT side. 2 AKs here for FURIA, of course. And a frag grenade. Worth something. Keto at the front again. Not getting hyper aggressive, not trying to set up kills inside connector, but just on top of bathrooms. Gets one. Koala's there for the trade frag. Op in from Hype, looking for a little bit more, but he needs to dodge the flash, and he can't go back at it because Bruninho is posted so quick.
Yeah, I mean, his turn back was not very compelling right there. So, I mean, he wanted that fight, but pre-aim was off. And, oh, Kawez. He'll grab his first kill of the round. Will cost him a dink. And Sin, he'll kind of make up for this. So, that HE damage, wow, it doesn't do anything, but Process kills him from the back. Bruninho in the clutch.
A 1v2 with the op, 30 seconds, bomb on his back. Sin's using the cover of Dice, and Process, clean as ever. Always good for the multi-kills. Shining through on Dust 2, and now back at it here within Overpass. His 5th and 6th kills offered up on that bomb site to give Big the 6-1 lead.
Yeah, that's nice, man. That's well done from Process. I mean, Big looks super sharp in these mid-round situations. Won multiple low numbers plays, and I mean, yeah, they're outplaying FURIA. They're trying to say, okay, it was close last time, but last time was in the past. We're even better. You've been practicing, but so have we.
That's kind of been the whole story, right? FURIA better than ever, constantly improving every match. There's nothing to say that Big can't do that exact same thing. And I think this is the evidence of it. I thought what would happen with Keto going to Blast Lisbon to stand in as the coach for the main roster. You know, that's not time that Big were competing elsewhere, but it could have been time that they were practicing together. And looks like it hasn't stalled them out whatsoever. Still getting the best of Big.
Uh-oh.
Hyped. Dangerous spot. Tries to escape.
Yo!
Oh, the no-scope back.
Man, that could be round winning.
And he still just topples
yeah.
two. A little bit of a sliver gap here for Keto to try and knock down the third. Kawez, that could be his invitation to push around long. But if he does, there's actually a third piece in place already. The procedures for Big are so good. Everybody dies on the front of this A site. Ice cold from Hyped.
I mean, it's nuts from Hyped right here. I mean, they had every right to shoot at him, knowing that he fell back through the smoke after he missed his first shot. They were close to killing him, but when he got that no-scope, then he just had all these strong angles. They still want to continue forward with the attack. And that spot on the opposite side of Dice gets opened up for the long play. That's like the best spot to play when you know that they're coming long. So but you can only play there with bathrooms control. So yeah, protocol's fantastic for Big. Another round one. 7-1 versus the Brazilian squad.
Primed and ready, and again, connects straight to the chest of Kawez. T-side just trying to kick up the notch, trying to pick up pace towards A, but again, it's just shots being hit by Hyped. Koala lucky to be alive. Mac 10 with 17 health, shouldn't be able to offer too much. Hype 3 for 3, peeks right back to ZMB and dies for it. But it's enough time for his teammates to rotate up. Keto holds the line nice and easy. There is nothing for free for FURIA. CMB tucked into the corner, trying to fight back. He's got one bullet left in the mag. And Keto on the other end taps him down. That little bit of health left over, shaved off. An 8-1 lead. And another 3K from Keto.
Yeah, 13-3 off that round. And that was a fast strat there from FURIA. And I think you could kind of see that it was coming. They smoked top stairs from spawn. And they, I think, used the front bathroom smoke as well. And they had their pistols run up, but the flashes weren't that great. So Hype just knew he could stand there. And he probably also felt like it was a rush. So it's kind of a bad combination where he ate kind of an after-image flash from ZMB. But it doesn't do much to his position. Turns that into 2 kills. And then from there, the site defense is easy.
Cool, Process.
Getting hit from everywhere.
Yeah, but the A1
nice
for
spray.
A4 from Aqua's good. And there's Keto coming in from the short pipe, so another round that just gets completely ripped apart. Kawez desperate, and as he dives down into the water. It is sure enough. Aqua to try and come through smoke. Second attempt versus Keto, but that's where this one gets locked in. Keto is everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere at all times.
Man, they have that set up properly outside Monster. That's actually the first time that FURIA have rushed out Monster, isn't it? We've had very little love for the B side in general. 10 rounds deep. With full respect to them, I think that can be the spot that you want to go to, you know, more often to get the fast rounds over with. But they've been willing to work. They're just not really of the same caliber as Big are at the moment. 3 Mac 10s is an interesting buy. Oh, they're trying it again. Oh, that nade is solid.
Aqua commits to the A4. Again, rinse and repeat. Him and Process. 4 immediate kills. Oh, a T side that's starting to get a little bit desperate. Hyped. Lines up that last shot. 10-1.
Yeah, they throw it again, see if they can get away with it, and they have the Mac 10s this time, so worst buy. They'll buy again, though, in full. And FURIA, I mean, they're hanging on by a thread at this point. They can't even really afford to just go even in the half. They have to go above and beyond. That being said, Big are insanely good. CT side throughout their 8 maps, 67.9 win percentage. They met their quota. Last time they played Vertigo, Big beat them 16-3. It's one of their worst losses and kind of a sea of losses for FURIA. But hard to believe that we'll even get there at this point. However, again, this is the winner's match. So neither team gets eliminated here. But it is the case that the team that loses this match could lose the season. They have to go up against MOUZ NXT in the lowers. There is a lot on the line from that perspective.
Yeah. And improving MOUZ NXT as well. One that just simply will not die. Keto.
Goddamn.
Right back at the party fight. Koala, he's going to get something going the way of FURIA, but the Deagle shot, a warning sign, and there's the killer instinct. Hyped, peeks down with the sidearm, and ends another chance for FURIA. Oh, even with Keto down to 5 HP, he still just owns them. 18-3. I'm telling you, that last round on Dust 2, Mo, that was a sign of what was to come.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, Hype is actually, you know, going to be able to pull away as, like, potentially the best player in the league overall. The amount of maps played. Keeping this up. Pretty much after a slow, you know, few first maps. Has not really looked back. I mean, that is not something I've expected, but the consistency here from Hype, he's been in good spots all the time.
Now, inside the pipe, Aqua just keeps getting closer and closer to them. Process, he'll get shut down by Bruninho's Tech 9, but a Tech 9 that can't quite grab a gun. He'll put down the smoke, run over for it, lay down another smoke grenade, create a little bit of uncertainty here. He's got a minute and 15 to try and piece this clutch together, and he just decides to leave B. Comes back at the site. There's nothing here. Opera up in heaven. Ugh, it's as simple as that. He knows the fight's there. He predicts it. You can prepare for it all you want, but you can't stop it. Hyped is simply landing shots. 14-5,
Wow.
Keto 18-3, and those two players hand in hand, just prancing merrily all the way to a grand final spot.
Seriously. I mean, Hyped is a really good T side, unbelievable CT, you know, just behind Art Frost. Who Art Frost was so bad on CT, actually. Imagine if Art Frost got his T stats up a little bit, he would be, you know, pretty much the best player that we have to watch. They've actually got quite a few good T side players on Big, which is awesome to see between Hyped and Process as well. Descenti opens up on Hyped, which is good. Oh, they're mad. They were tired of losing.
Keto's still in connector. Nade tries to track the fall back.
Oh, Jesus.
Turns it up, and sure enough, Aqua comes
Yikes.
through from the B site hit. So despite
Cows
the
is
2-man
2
advantage,
and 13.
right back. Cows is a win condition. One of the biggest reasons they were even able to get this map close last time, and so no Cowes.
Cows is the #1 T-side player in the whole league. And that's doing it with a rifle. But right now, he is getting destroyed.
Cole's got a little something left, but then Sin right behind it. So that's 13-1. Hot damn. Even with the 5v3, they get it right back. Keto, he doesn't even get his kill inside connector, but just completely smashes the guy at the top of the staircase. And they're dropping Deagles in spawn because it's the last round of the half, and they've got a surplus of money. So having fun with it. We haven't even had a bomb plant since Pistol, or the 1-round FURIA one.
Yeah. Well, Big have a great system, great players behind it, consistency amongst their stars. A series of good wins to prove it with results.
Give him a second to just bathe in this dominance. Towards the top of connector now, FURIA look to peak. That's where Hyped is waiting for them. Flashing to the short side, Aqua ready for the barrels. Molly to try and cut things off, and Aqua, ooh, he's got a cap. That's going to cost the Senti and Cowes. Both players down. No trade out of Cowes. Ends this half 2 and 14. 3 kills from Aqua off the same exact angle. Drops the bomb to the dirt and drops the hopes of FURIA. Muddied after a lost on Dust 2 and completely slathered here at the end of the first 15. Prosus, he'll fall. The only player to fall so far from Big in this last round. ZMB, a desperate spot, shut down by the op. A 14-1 smothering here on Overpass.
No shot, man. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's not just a... Again, this was 16-14 the last time they played, even though Big won. And now it just doesn't feel like it's just not the same two teams anymore. Big so far ahead. Crazy what we're witnessing. Coming out of the play-in. Everything seemed to be making sense for a second, right before playoffs.
Yep.
You know, and this, I mean, this result as, you know, Big winning makes sense. But Big winning by this much barely makes sense, considering how good FURIA got. I mean, they're playing Overpass, their best map. This is just absurd.
I thought this map had the potential to be like the best of the day.
Yeah.
Fnatic Rising, MOUZ, that was always going to be close. They always play close. This one could have been really sick, especially knowing it was for a spot for the finals. But Big have other ideas. They're not signing up for close games, exciting games. They're signing up for just grand finals.
They are so close to just locking it in.
What's wild, of course, is that's going to be back-to-back seasons for Big Omen Academy in grand finals. First 2 seasons of WePlay Academy League, and Big kind of laughed at. In the second season, making playoffs because of a Fnatic choke. They get a chance to go to LAN finals. They get completely smoked, as everybody expected, right? That gap still existed. Season 3, finals secured. Lose to MOUZ NXT twice within the playoffs. This time, it's Big taking the upper bracket, and it's MOUZ taking the lower bracket run, and not even proven that MOUZ will be back for that grand finals rematch.
Damn, that is really interesting. It is true as well. Well, a few different teams so far this season, but bigger one of the teams who kind of upgraded as opposed to lateral moved with some of their pieces. Another good flash here. Gets Senti back a little bit. That gets the first kill. And there is one on long. ZMB, what can he do? Nothing. 2v4, man.
Hyped. Yeah, Hyped is an absolute animal. He's decided enough's enough. That's
Oh
4.
my god, he gets off the plant. Still does that. Looking for the
Hyped.
ace. 19 and 6. He is the best player in the league.
USP headshots. Highs Keto in one of the last few rounds of this map and pushes poor Bruninho into the most difficult of clutches. Oh, there's the answer, though. Lethal.
Oh, the kid is under the truck. Yeah,
there he goes. Finally gets it. You'd think that would have automatically picked up.
Seriously.
He had to really go grab it, and that burned off some very critical few seconds. So Bruninho just going to try to stick this one, and obviously it's desperate. So obviously it's Biggs. 15-1.
Yeah. God damn. This would be Furia's worst, overpass loss. And the only 2 overpass losses are to Big Omen Academy. Not their day-to-day. We likely won't even get to see, Callis play on CG side, but it is something that he didn't frag at all on T side. That is, he is, again, the strongest player on T side in the whole league. And that's remarkable. I mean, it's one thing to be good on CT side. I think T side players are, kind of even more attractive. It's hard to get impact on T side sometimes. Well, the most classic anti-eco possible.
The Season 2 playoffs. We had MOUZ NXT 16-1 Young Ninjas on Ancient. That has not ever happened in playoffs since. Big looking to etch their name into the history book for dominant playoff performances. Now, unfortunately, for Big, this isn't the tournament win. It's just to get that grand final spot. Fortunately for Furia, it's also not elimination. But they had no chance versus this Big today. Dust 2, a closer affair. Keto absolutely owned them in that last round and reminded us what was about to go down on Overpass. He tried to hold on to that top fragger spot. For the moment, he's tied with Hyped, who has just smashed through Furia.
Yeah. God damn. Well, he
Koala,
rose to the occasion.
He just doesn't want this game to end, but there's literally nothing he can do. He does not have enough time to defuse this bomb. Their match is over.
You got him.
The point-blank deagle headshot for Koala, the only parting gift. A dominant match here on Overpass. 16-1 for Big to lock in a grand finals spot. Our first grand finalist of Season 4. They topped Group B. They skipped the play-in, and they skipped every other thing in playoffs. The fastest road possible is what they're looking for in a chance to dethrone MOUZ.
Well deserved. I mean, they beat Fnatic Rising to get here. They beat the team that beat MOUZ NXT already. They might not even have to see MOUZ NXT, depending on how tomorrow's game goes. And someone say, okay, well, they didn't beat anybody, but ultimately, like, what can you say? MOUZ had Furia to beat in the first round. Couldn't do it, and look what Big just did to Furia. It was like night and day to their matchup. So tomorrow's games will be quite interesting, and we'll decide the winner of Season 4, which is going to be awesome to watch. And I still don't really know who it is going to be, but I think it's clear that Big have proved it should be them, at least right now. And again, I mean, I didn't put Hyped in my top 10 players to watch, whatever the hell. I feel bad about that, especially looking at playoffs now, man. Hyped, unbelievable plays in the 4 maps that they've won straight here into the grand finals, and he is the one kind of opper I feel like that did not fall off
Nope.
when the pressure mounted.
Right. Not, the only opera that didn't fall off. And in this case, in the head-to-head versus the highest impact of Kawez, also a rifler that's dropped off because highest rated T-sided player suddenly puts up 2 kills into the deciding map versus Big Omen Academy. It's an unfortunate one for Kawez, but at least it's not the end of his road and Furia's road, right? Going down to play versus MOUZ. If Big are going to win this season, then they will be sitting tomorrow watching that first matchup to figure out who exactly it is that they will play, right? Back-to-back series for whoever's making their run from the lower bracket tomorrow. And so that will be MOUZ NXT versus FURIA Academy. A long day. If you want to grind from the bottom, Big, a very competent, capable challenger, shows that, time off, not going to cool them off. They looked better than ever, in fact, between the regular season and playoffs. And now it's up to MOUZ. You want that 4 seasons in a row? If you really want to hang on to that crown, then you can't afford to jump into the server tomorrow and give us a performance like they did today. It can't be 8 rounds straight at the start of each half. You can't bank on these second half comebacks. That's not what's going to get something over top of Big. And that's assuming they get their revenge versus Furia. We'll find out how it all goes down tomorrow, folks. One last day of the WePlay Academy League Season 4. And we've got Furia versus MOUZ to start it off, finalizing with Big versus someone for that trophy.